I can't fucking open this. Oh my god. There we go. Hello, everybody, bloody good. How is everybody doing on this fantastic Friday, everybody? Chat, we have a few things that we're going to be doing today, specifically on the React end, okay? It's going to be a React day today, and we got a lot of videos we're going to be watching, and I'm pretty excited. I think we got a decent lineup. We'll show that in a minute here, but yeah, we got a pretty packed week in general. We're going to be starting out today doing reacts, obviously. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a gaming day at 1 EST, so I'll be live early tomorrow. We're going to be doing 2 horror games, maybe 3, hopping into Marvel Rivals after that for their update, which I believe came out today, playing their, like, zombies game mode that they have. So that'll be fun. That'll be like 1 to 6 EST tomorrow. Sunday's going to be a 1 p.m. React stream again, but we're also going to be doing the milkshake dance as promised from the charity stream. Maybe some gaming as well. Monday's going to be a full random game day with Waltz of the Wizards on the end of that. Probably even more horror games because we're basically at the last week of October, so nearing Halloween. So we're probably going to ramp up a lot of horror this week and then probably chill on it the week after. But Monday we'll do some random games, maybe some more as well. Waltz of the Wizards too. Tuesday we're going to be doing games with the guys. RV There Yet, Misery, which is a horror game, and a bunch of other random shit with the guys. A bunch of new squad games just dropped. Next Wednesday is a horror game day. Into a horror game with Small Fries. Next Thursday is going to be the charity stream for BCRF for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, as well as our Halloween stream. Even though Halloween's the 31st, I'm not going to be live the 31st or the 30th. We're going to do our charity stream. I'm going to dress up for Halloween. We'll do scary reacts, maybe some, probably just a bunch of scary reacts, honestly. It'll probably be like a horror watch party day, slash maybe some regular videos as well. And then Halloween Friday, I'm not live. The day after I am, we're doing reacts and games, and then we're going to go from there. We have another charity stream November 8th as well for like a big group day. That'll be fun. And we got a lot of other games that we're going to be starting up too. Dead Cam, we're going to be playing more Geometry Dash. We still got to do Level Devil. And then there's a bunch of other regular random games that are non-horror related too. We're just doing a lot of horror games this upcoming week because it's Halloween. So, yeah. And I just enjoy doing that because I do love doing horror games around Halloween. Nate, Mess, Oz, Devin, and Simply for the sub. Oh, also merch drops like November 7th. I'll probably show it next week. I do have the merch though. But Emily, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Thank you if you get a sub. Thank you for the 20 gifted. And before people ask, the SMP is going to be December 1st. Normally I do it every year around Thanksgiving. It usually falls in November. But where Thanksgiving is with Mondays and Saturdays, which is when the server is, we're probably going to do it December 1st. And then we're going to run that SMP for like 4 months straight. Titan for the sub. Emily, thank you for the 25 gifters. Are you ever going to play Ghost of Yote on stream again? No. Thank you for the 3. Meat and Mess for the sub. Nate, Devin, Simply for the sub. Mr. Meeseeks for the 3. Just for the sub. You're playing Waltz with the Wizards in VR? No, on PC. Why doesn't land for the sub is even 1,100 biddies. That's what they recommended. Brass for the 2,800 biddies. Do you ever plan on doing a fundraiser for other types of cancer like neurofibromatosis? Yeah. I just don't know when. I've done other cancer charity streams in the past. I'm just doing breast cancer because it's October. Izzy for the 1,100 biddies. Sorry I was late. I had a date, dude. Sorry I didn't miss. Sorry I missed yesterday's stream. No problem. Dumb and Axel for the sub 5 for the 3. You can't just say per chance. Emily Oriole, Honey for the sub Radia for the 3. You think a half an ounce of mushrooms is too much? I'm kind of tripping. Yeah, dude. You took a heroic dose. You're probably gonna fucking freak out. I'll see you in about like 8 hours, buddy. You're probably going to not exist for the next 2 days in your brain. CJ for the 1,000 biddies. I feel like you're lying to me, for sure. But yeah, dude, you took you took 14 grams. I'm not trying to like you know, freak you out or anything, but that's like an absurd amount of mushrooms. You sound sick, I am. You just ruined that guy's trip. It was ruined anyway. It was ruined anyway. I'm sorry. Whatever I say doesn't change. If you take 14 grams of mushrooms, you're having a bad time. No matter what. He's going to freak out. That's... I don't even... A heroic dose is like considerably 5 grams of like mid-tier psilocybin mushrooms. The most I've ever even seen somebody take is like 6 of like a heavier, because it depends on the mushroom. Like if you're taking cubensis, it's weaker, but like versus like envy or like enigma mushrooms or something, which are like mid-tier ones, or like golden teacher. There's a bunch of different types, but 14 grams of any mushroom is absolutely insane. I don't want to like concern you too much, but like you should have like a trip sitter like ready to like. You should never... I'm not advocating the eating of mushrooms. If you ever take 14 grams of mushrooms, I don't know the overdosing thing on that, like, or if that's even possible on psilocybin, but like that's like a lot of mushrooms. Half an ounce? Bro, you downed enough mushrooms for like 6 people to have like a mild trip. I don't know what type you're taking. Regardless, that doesn't matter. That's insane. That's so much. What about the CS market crash? I mean, I'm not really... I know about the CS market crash. Do you guys want to watch a video about it, or you just want me to talk about it? Yeah, I saw the CS market crash like 30%. There's like 2 sides of it, where people that add their money in it, it really blows for them because they're losing value on, obviously, the money that they put into the market. But for people that want to get in and just have cool skins, it's really nice. So there's like an up and down side. It's obvious though that Valve is trying to take control of the CS market skin, like business, because a lot of that is done off platform. And that's money that doesn't go into Valve's pockets. So they, if you don't know what the CS update was, basically they used to have trade ups where you could trade blues to like purples, purples to pinks, pinks to reds, but that's where it stopped. And so the like pinnacle of CS skins were knives and gloves, the golds. And they're worth, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, if not millions. They're skins that are worth millions of dollars, or $1 million or something. And there are reds that are worth a lot too, but there's a lot of useless reds. And so the economy for like the gold market was like, not bottlenecked, but it was really stable in the sense that like not many new golds enter the market in absurd amounts. They came out with an update now where you could trade 5 reds for a gold. So all gold items drop in value immensely. And the CS market was worth like $6 billion. Now it's worth like 4. So yeah, the CS market lost like $2 billion of revenue in like the snap of a finger. So, I don't know. Prior to what sucks is the CS market. If this is not financial advice, if you had invested into the CS market like 8 months ago and pulled like last week, you would have made so much ROI. It would have been insane. Like it was outperforming like crypto. Like, it was outperforming, like, so many people were buying CS skins. And now a lot of them are not worthless. They're still worth hundreds of dollars. It's just like a skin that was worth $1,000 is now worth $300. It depends on the skin, though. Mastered certified for the sub, landed for the 3. Hope you have a good stream. Thank you. Shinobi Cappy for the sub, Astro for the 3. Going to Halloween party, but I get messed up. Hope you have fun. Forgetting RNG for the sub. Be safe. Brother Mitch, Moldy, and Torino for the sub. Landon R-Wing for the 3. Zato, Ali, Brobe, and T-Bro Show for the sub. Indrias, Connor, Double, and Kai for the sub. Yabo, Ig for the sub. GG, Mister, and Kilo for the sub. Brody for the 3, for the 5. I'm not going to play the new Halo remastered, but I have heard about it. Kylo and Simplicity for the sub. Dilly, Soko, Felix, Toasty, Hex for the sub. Article for the 3. Can you tell me about the philosophy co? Unexamined life is not worth living. Hold up, I got to blow my nose. What do you mean tell you about it? Ugh. Like, give you an analysis of it? I don't think that's that too deep of a quote. An unexamined life is not worth living. like living in ignorance. I feel like isn't that somewhat self-explanatory? Like, what do you want me to talk about it? Like, I don't know what you want me to I guess, expound upon. Clara's, Mel, and Bryson for the sub. Akin for the sub. Meek for the 7. I don't recommend to play it on PC. VR is definitely the way to go since it started as a VR game. Yeah, but I'm going to be transitioning from a PC to a VR day, and we're going to be playing Waltz with Wizards on PC for a sponsor with a new update on Monday. And they were basically saying that it makes more sense to run on PC for smoothness. Right, VR is very fun, but VR is also, finicky and can have problems. I'm not saying the game, but just VR in general. So I think it makes more sense to play on PC. Brass for the 5. Dub streams a few times. He's going to experience ego death. Dude, beyond that. Beyond that. 14 grams. Nutella for the 1,000 but when I was 14, almost 15, got misled by the guys, blow shit up. I was charged with participation in that organization. Brother, I have no idea what you're talking about. When I was 14, almost 15, I got misled online by the guys who blow shit up. What the fuck does that mean? I was charged with participation in that organization. Spent 3 months in... What organization blows shit up? Like ISIS? What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? Like terrorism? What are you... I spent 3 months in pre-trial detention, been free for about a year and a couple months. My case keeps getting delayed. I've struggled with depression. Yesterday, I OD'd. I'm glad that you're still here, man. God. I'm okay now, but I felt like sharing my story with you. Don't worry, I have no crazy ideas like that anymore. Well, I'm glad that you're doing better mentally, but, I mean, I hope that your case goes well. I'm sorry that you're going through that, Nutella. But I don't think your life is, I think your life is worth living. I don't think your life is worth taking in that sense. You know what I mean? I'm sorry that you're going through that, bro, but gosh. DB for the sub, Cyber for the 3. Thank you for everything. Been a fan since 200K on TikTok. Recently got into a bike accident. I hope you're okay. I had a gun pulled out on me 2 weeks later. I hope you're all right, bro. Kristen for the 4. Use your stream for journalism class. This count as homework. No. Big for the 1,000, but he's already read that. Piney for the sub for the 3. Please react to Butterfly on TikTok. No. Kendall for the sub. Joseph for the 3. About to explode. Geekin for the sub. Ryan for the 3. If you have any videos you want to watch games and to play videos, such games, such episodes, most of the videos that I watch the games I play. Vamp, happy birthday. I want to say thank you for helping me so far. Your videos and streams help me so much. Seeing your activism and seeing people like you care is very motivating. Love your content in general. Happy to make it to 17. Well, happy birthday. And I hope that you're all right. M3 for the sub. Mister for the 5. It's my birthday a couple days ago. Happy birthday. Geeker for the sub. Chat, lock in. You're late to stream? I know. Chat, lock in. Lock in. Lock in. Hold up. Sorry, I'm responding to my manager. Jesus. Tunny and Flight for the sub. But yeah. What the fuck was I saying? Sorry I'm late. I know I'm late to stream. We're going to be pinned. You missed McChunky's bits. I think there's going to be days where I have to just flat out tell chat I might not be able to read donos at the start of stream. Or I'll read them, but I can't read the message. Because a lot of you guys at the start of stream, I'm not upset with it, but it's like, I genuinely, like, people get mad at me when I miss their donos, and I understand that because you're spending like $3 or $4 to get me to read a message. L ungrateful. McChunky, if you're going to call me ungrateful, please do not send me bits anymore. I'm going to read your dono. McChunky, I'm actually asking you now, don't send me any bits anymore. I very much appreciate the support, but if that's the vibe that you're getting from the message that I'm portraying or trying to portray to you, just don't send me any money anymore. I'm more so saying, like, when I start stream, it's not like just bit donos, it's bit donos that are this long. And so I'm trying to read all of them, and then people get upset when I skip their dono. I'm trying to read them as fast as possible so I could get into the content. But it's like, if you really want me to read a long message, you're going to have to, like, wait. Like, don't send it in the beginning of stream. Like, because sometimes I'm just going to read, be like, yo, thanks for the 300 biddies, but I'm not going to read your message. Not for the 3. It's not that I don't want to. It's just like sometimes I'm like, a lot of you guys are like, why do you talk so fast? Because if I don't, then I'm literally just spending the first hour just reading messages. Chunky for the 3. I'm joking, bro. Okay. Wavy Herb, Stuart, Steven, and Crazy for the sub. Connor for the 3. Upsides and downsides of being famous. Katam and Tubby for the sub. Flight for the sub. Big Chunky for the 3. Ordered McDonald's. See, like, this is what I'm talking about, Chunky. I just ordered McDonald's, my usual order. My delivery got mixed 2 orders up, and I got another person's order who ordered a Big Mac and removed all the ingredients and got 2 patties with some salt packets. How do I report this to Uber Eats? You go and say you got the wrong order and they refund you. See, like, that's an example of, like, why are you asking me that? Fuck! I'm not Uber Eats support! Why are you asking me that? Bro, like I'm a customer service representative. Hey, my order got fucked up at McDonald's. I don't care. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not trying to be a bro. Like, I appreciate the 300 biddies. I don't care that your order got fucked up. And I'm not trying to be, bro. You're literally asking me a step-by-step process on how to refund your Uber Eats order. Bro, what? Fucking do that. Ask the fucking Uber Eats guy. Jesus. What the fuck, Chunky? Bro, what are we doing? You know, how do I fucking... What? My Big Mac order got fucked up. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I can't fucking refund it for you. You gotta go to fucking Uber Eats. Oh, my God. Ugh, I feel like I'm getting a fucking headache from that shit. I'm literally doing a spiel. McChunky's like, you missed my bits. Asking me how to fucking refund an Uber Eats order. Official for the sub and for the 3. Go to... all right, I'm going to, Putty for the 3, NEGO today, no. Official for the sub, Chunky for the 3, can you contact them for me? No. Hannah for the 3, I live in New York, I've been there for a year, I want to go to the price search on 18, I'm worried about being so far, or far for so long, what do you think? Maybe try it out for a little bit, see if you like it, and then you got to determine whether or not you're going to enjoy that. Have you ever been to Hawaii in general? You're saying you're thinking about going to college in Hawaii, you definitely got to visit the college in Hawaii in general before you end up wanting to live there. I think that is dumb if you're just going to move there on a whim, you know? You should go and enjoy it first, see if you enjoy living in that area and if you're able to do that long term. That's one of my biggest pieces of advice to juniors in high school is to go visit the colleges that you are interested in going to and applying to when you're a senior. If you're a senior, it is not a little late, but it's like you could still go, right? But you should do that first. You shouldn't apply and attend a college in a state that you have never been to, right? That is, I guess, my advice. Nutella of the 3. Didn't let me send bits mentioning the name of the organization. I don't know what you're talking about, Ben, but I hope you're all right. G5 and Noah for the sub. Crazy for the sub. What are the upsides and downsides of being famous? Don't really want to get into that right now, if I'm being honest, because it promotes weirdos. Chunky for the 3. But yeah. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. I just spilled this all over myself. Oh, God. Chunky's becoming like Lil Cobra, bro. I can fucking smell it. That motherfucker sends the stupidest messages. What the fuck? What do you mean? Joe, shut up. Don't diss McChunky. I'm not saying McChunky's becoming Lil Cobra like he's gonna get banned. I'm saying he's becoming Lil Cobra before Lil Cobra went his Joker route. McChunky is effectively like Lil Cobra if Lil Cobra wouldn't say like idiot. Look, McChunky rage baits me. Lil Cobra would actually just say stupid shit, and it wasn't rage bait. Who's Lil Cobra? You're new age. You're new age. You're new age Joe Bart fan. You don't want to know the lore of Lil Cobra. Lil Cobra's possibly my worst chatter I've ever had. Not new gen, new age. New gen. Yeah, Lil Cobra was a chatter that got banned and unbanned in my chat like 45 times. He had like a very high level of support from other chatters that liked him. And so he never got permanently banned until I don't even remember what he said that got him permanently banned. But he's like one of the only chatters I actually hopped in a VC with. This was back when I was smaller on Twitch too. But I hopped on a voice call with him because he genuinely tried to argue with me that alcohol, and it wasn't rage bait. This was like a 2-hour argument on stream. He tried to argue that weed was really bad for you, and not just that weed was bad for you, because that's an argument you can make. And that's not even an argument I would disagree with. He was trying to say that alcohol is better for you than weed, and if not Good for you. And one of his points was that alcohol makes you warm. And I don't know why, but like that just gives you, he was right. No, he was not. Love for the 3. Can you do karaoke? No. Brass for the 3. What was that Melvin? Who's Melvin? Lana, Gud, and Carr for the sub. James for the 3. Became a host for A. Can you give me some facts? Crazy for the 1,000 biddies. No. Wondering if you can play Dead Space Remake. Send it in the Game Session tab. If you have any games you want me to play or videos you want me to react to them. Sorry. I appreciate the biddies, but I say that every time anybody ever recommends a game. You got to send it in the Game Session tab. Lord, KJ, and Trent for the sub, not for the 3. What's your schedule? Doctor for the 3. My girlfriend of 4 years broke up with me because she said I couldn't satisfy her needs. Now I'm wondering, to satisfy in what way? You didn't ask a follow-up question? You could ask her what she meant by that. I can't really help you there, you know? Dow for the sub. What's good? Jervil, thank you for the 3. Fairy and Small for the sub. I don't know what she meant by that. Here's the schedule. And then we're going to VIP McChunky. I actually do kind of want a VIP McChunky, but then it's going to get to his head. Because I do like McChunky as a chatter, but it'll get to his head, and anytime somebody becomes a VIP, they immediately become 30% worse of a human being. And anytime somebody gets VIP in the Joe Bart chat, it's like 30%. It's like the CS market crash, but like in terms of like how annoying they are, just gets upped, right? Because they're like power, they're like blood hungry when they get VIP. Crazy for the 2,800 biddies says, here's some bits. Key for the sub, Rahu for the 3. Where does Vengeance rank on worst chatters? Bro, he was just weird. Dove the sub. He was just weird. And he kept calling me a spineless pussy. He would make all accounts, say that I was a dumb lib, and then say that I was a spineless pussy. And this is like, bro, there's a lot of people. This was like 2023. Or like late 2022. This was like, I was playing Valorant, and I remember he would say this shit to me. Rian, I'm for the sub. I won't be a bad chatter on real shit. All right, I'll VIP McChunky. Welcome to the VIP chat. This is where everybody goes, what does VIP do? It just gives him a pink diamond by his name. It's like getting a skin. Now he has a skin in chat. And I think he voids chat rules. So he can spam. But if he does, I'll just time him out. Anyways. Chat, here's the schedule. Reacts today. Tomorrow, Gamer Day. We're doing like fucking 3 hours of horror shit into a 2-hour Marvel Rival sponsor for the new update. Sunday's going to be reacts at 1 into the milkshake dance, maybe some gaming. Monday, we're going to do like 4 hours, maybe 3 hours of gaming. A mixture of Geometry Dash, horror, and some other stuff because we got a lot of horror that week too. Then we got like a Waltz with the Wizard sponsor for the new update. I'll be playing on PC, though, not VR. Tuesday is going to be Games with the Guys, full stream, probably like 6 hours, 5 hours. Wednesday, horror games and a horror game with small fries. Next Thursday, charity stream, BCRF for breast cancer research. And React Day charity stream. Halloween Day, I'm not live. That next Saturday, Reacts and Games will go from there. We're basically on a regular schedule after that. All the way until January. December 1st is the start of the JSMP for the Cobblemon server, Pixelmon, basically. And merch is November 7th. And then the 8th, we have another charity stream, actually. But it's a group one I'm a part of. I'm not hosting it. FWS for the sub. Shine! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Alex and Frost for the sub. Reeve for the sub. Thank them if you've got a sub. And thank you, Shine, for the 10 gifted. Chat, rundown of the videos we have today. The most regretted college degrees. Tubi movie funniest moments. Is fear getting stronger? The most impossible, or not the most, the impossible to debunk UFO events. Why Gen Z gave up on kids and failed end of the world predictions. W fucking lineup. Slump and Shine for the sub. We'll do a body cam video on Sunday. Before people ask. No body cam? No body cam? Ugh. 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 Chat, how long have I been sick? Like, how long do you think an average sickness is going to be? Also, sorry, I gotta ban this chatter. I gotta ban that chatter, brother. Keep spamming at me, man. That is so annoying. Jesus. I'm sorry, man. Like, I always feel bad, too, when it's, like, an actual non-shit message that they're spamming, but it's like, fuck, bro. Like, you type that shit 85 times in chat. Ugh. Chase for the 5. Any advice on a person who I've met who is really a good friend of mine? Wait, what? If you have thought... Hey, not sure if you've been through this or have any advice, but a person I recently have met who is a really good friend of mine to my best friend has unexpectedly passed away at 24. I'm not sure how to be there for them or take it myself. You just got to be there for them emotionally, man. Just tell them you're there for them if they ever want to talk. You could maybe ask them about it, but in a way that's kind of open-ended. Outside of that, nothing else you could really do, man, and I'm sorry for the loss of your friend and the loss of your friend's friend as well. Julio for the 3, and NY for the 3. I want to say, your philosophy content give me so much, keep my mind off of a breakup. Well, I'm sorry that you went through a breakup, man. I'm glad I'm able to help. Brass for the 4,200 biddies. Thank you for the fucking biddies. What character from each role would you want in Rivals? Like Gambit, Nightcrawler, ECT could be villains too. Like added to Rivals? Damn, that's a good question. Brass, thank you for the biddies again. I don't know. And I'm glad I'm able to help you with the philosophy stuff, NY. Damn, chat. Who would be cool? Deadpool for sure. Deadpool in, like, the DPS role. Tank? Fuck. Who would be a good tank they could add to Marvel Rivals? I love brawlers. I think, but there's so many brawlers. So... something that's like a mid-range, tank. Not like Emma, because I feel like Emma is like mid-close. Like a true mid-range tank. No melee would be awesome. Yeah, like Juggernaut could be cool. Colossus would just be melee, bro. I wouldn't be upset with that. Like, I'd still play that. But I truly believe, bro... we'll talk about this, too, on Saturday, tomorrow, when we play Marvel Rivals. I think the Thing is, like, one of the worst champs in the world. And it's nothing against... it's not... I just think, from my own personal experience, killing the Thing is, like, so easy. It is... people hype him up so much, and it depends on the season, whether or not he's nerfed or buffed, but it's like, if I'm ever in a match as DPS and I see they queued the Thing, I'm mauling him. I'm getting infinite alt charge because he has to dive me. He's never going to kill me. And I'm just going to fucking spam. Like, I could just fucking E-blade. You are the cobbler, though? Yeah, I'm the cobbler, but I'm not the clobberer. I'm the cobbler. So, Sandman? I don't know. Would they add that? Do they have the rights for that? Does Marvel Rivals have the rights to Sandman? They should. Maybe? I don't know. That's like a Sony. I feel like I always get confused with the Sony shit on what they do and don't have. Healer, though? I have no idea. What would be a good healer? Course for the 1,500 biddies. Your mom's driving the car with the kids in the backseat. You juggle between the two of them fighting while driving, not crashing into another car. I'm not going to put it in the game stash tab. What? I'm not going to put it in the... wait, what? If not, I'm going to put it in the game stash tab. I don't know what the fuck game you're talking about, bro. Hobbler and JB for the sub. Crazy for the 1,000 biddies. I got no clue how to recommend a game. Game stash tab. Game for the sub. Video stash tab. Game stash tab. I'm sorry, bro. If you send bits and ask me to play a game, I'm just like... it's just in one ear, out the other. You know? Every time. And half the time, I've already played it, or I've said outwardly that I'm not going to play it. And so I just feel bad. So just don't send bits asking me to play a game. You got to send it in the game session tab. 9 to 5 for the 5. Favorite rapper? Maybe Biggie all the time. I don't really know. I don't really have one. Bug, happy birthday, bro. You always bring me out of a bad mood. Well, I'm glad to be able to help. You ever going to play the Battlefield campaign? No. Doctor for the 3. Me for the 7. Manic for the 1,000. But he says love from Okinawa. 6-2 for the 3. I can't think of any good rage bait. TZ for the sub. Julio for the 3. All right, let's lock in, chat. I really want to get into the reacts today. We're a half hour into stream. Lock in, lock in. If I don't read donuts for a while, I apologize. Type locked in. Type locked in. Let's get into the fucking videos. If you have any videos you want me to watch or games you want me to play, video slash games just tab. Chunky, I'm not even reading that. Thank you for the 3. The most regretted college degrees. Lies for the sub. The most regretted college degrees.
Zach went to college. I did not. Is college a waste of time? According to the Federal Reserve, 35% of college grads regret their field of
35% of college grads regret the degree they got? Holy fuck. Do you think that's college grads wishing they were in another subsection in their field or an entirely different field? I don't even know if that's off money, though. They might just hate their job.
Study. So today we are breaking down the top 5 most regretted and top 5 least regretted degrees.
I feel like most regretted are all going to be BAs. Coming from somebody with a BA. No. Yeah, it's going to be people with arts degrees and like art humanities degrees. I think, what is a BA? Bachelor's of Arts versus Bachelor's of Science. You could get a BA, or a lot of degrees you can only get in BA or only BS, but there's some that you could get a BS or a BA. But least regretted, I'm probably going to think that people say like comp sci, STEM, like bio or like chem majors. I think most regretted. Ooh, but it's not even off just money, dude. They might just hate their job. Education. I think teachers hate their fucking jobs more than ever. More than ever. Not because they don't get paid enough. And some people are like, teachers get paid a lot. Bro, they should get paid more, bro. They're teaching our youth. Isn't it weird how, like, some teachers make, like, fucking nothing? I'm like, bro, these are the people that are, like, training the future generation. I feel like teachers should maybe potentially be more qualified, but also get paid way more because you're literally training the next generation of people. So I feel like teachers just hate their jobs now because the kids suck and the fucking programs suck. It depends on the place on whether or not you're getting paid well, if you have good material supplies, and then also freedom of teaching.
Talk to people.
So education's probably bottom of the barrel. I'm going to go like number 2. God, what's number 1? We got to lock in one, before we start the video, we got to lock in one guess on least regretted and most regretted. Least regretted degree. What makes money? I'm going to go like some sort of shit that's like a doctor path. Ooh, engineering. Yeah. But like generic engineering or like civil engineering. Lawyers? Bro, I would think lawyer would be in most regretted. I'm going to go lawyer. I'm going to go lawyer number 1 most regretted. Bro, lawyers hate their jobs unless they make bag. Why? Because most lawyers make fucking nothing. You pass the bar, you spend so much of your life sweating dick so you can fucking make money just to potentially make nothing. Lawyers, number 1, least regretted, I'll go engineering.
Who got these degrees?
Accounting? I would say accounting maybe like number 3 on least regretted.
Do you regret your degree?
And most importantly, we're going to decide whether Zach is an idiot for going to art school.
Got it!
All right, let's jump right into it, starting with the 5th most regretted college degree / field of study.
Oh my God, no, I said that had a chance of being 1.
Education. Damn, that's a bummer.
No, I don't even think that's a bummer. I'm surprised it's that low.
That's so sad.
That is a bummer. Yeah, it's the people who take care of our kids, man.
My sister got her degree in education, actually. We should call her because she's not a teacher anymore. Do you wish you had studied something other than education?
Yes, because
Oh my God, an instant yes.
I don't really use my bachelor's.
What do you think the main thing is?
That's a lot. You see it more and more now. So many of my friends have jobs in fields that have nothing to do with their degree. I don't know if that's just like my friend group, but a lot of my friends are in the union, but a lot of them that have degrees just work in random fields that have nothing to... How? Because a lot of the time, jobs want you to have a degree, it doesn't matter what degree it's in. Not all, like, obviously medicine, STEM shit, it does. But if you're working, like, you could reasonably get a marketing job with, like, a fucking accounting degree or, like, a finance degree. Like, you could get in a similar field, but not have the expertise in the major that you had. Do you regret your degree? No. I would have if I went for PT. Exercise science, that's what I was originally going for. And then I swapped to philosophy. Philosophy, not great for getting jobs. But usually you go for, like, you go to grad school with a philosophy degree.
Is that
So a BA in philosophy is, like, fucking useless.
causes people who got their degrees in education to regret it?
Red tape.
Ah, like what do you
Just-
mean?
Well, they're not doing this for the pay. They're obviously doing this for a greater purpose. You know, you're trying to do what you think is best, and you have to go through different structures of way of doing things. You know, government implementing all their blockades and the politics of it. These structures aren't necessarily created by people that teach.
Well, there's a weird middle ground between blocking what people are able to do and not, because you do need some restriction for teachers, because if you have no restriction for teachers, they could just do and teach whatever they want within, like, a thin guideline, which is really bad, because then you're just getting shoved the ideologies of the teacher down your throat. Otherwise, but, like, that doesn't really happen. A lot of people say that happens in college. I don't think it does. I think in college it really depends on the major and the degree you're going for, but they'll share your opinion, but they're not acting like you need it. But in high school, I don't know. What? How? If you had, like, a really religious or non-religious teacher that wanted to, like, kind of just weave that into everyday teachings, like, that's more the separation in church and state idea. But that's why you have restrictions like that. You don't bring religion into schools, because if you let teachers do whatever they wanted without restrictions, they would start pushing their religious ideologies onto you, right? Or doing those sorts of things intertwined with their regular teachings. Not always, but I'm saying you can't just have them, you know, do whatever they want, because then they're going to fucking just teach them as if you're their kid.
So it's a lot of back and forth.
Good thing for that? Yes, but then there's also too many restrictions where they ban books. They don't allow you to teach certain things or talk about certain subjects. On either side of the political spectrum, it's like, it becomes a game of, like, what's allowed and what's not allowed to talk about in a classroom. And it's like, you get a long list of, like, this, and this is a no-go.
Come up against. I don't know.
I went to a private school, like, I went to a religious school in high school, and a lot of the teachers that I talked to openly said they make less money at that school, but they would rather teach there because they got to teach what they wanted to, because private schools have more free reign outside of the religious aspect. outside of the religious aspect of the school where you're taking theology classes. It's more like when I took world literature, my high school teacher got to pick every book we read, right? He mapped the class himself. There was no guidelines. It's just like they need to be able to learn some sort of comprehension.
Bureaucracy.
Yeah.
Thanks for being in our video.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
That was insightful. to some
Yeah,
extent.
for sure.
What a bummer for that to be the first one, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Let's get a little bit more
Oh my
positive.
Number
Fuck!
5, least.
Dude, there's too many fucking cords in this cuck-ass room. Lock in.
Regretted. Business/management. That
It's because it's a broad degree. You could get so many jobs with that major, but I feel like a business management degree. Ooh, wait. Sorry, I was thinking. Business management, understandable. Most regretted, communications is on this list. On most regretted. Least regretted, I could see accounting, finance.
Makes
Interesting.
sense. So business and management includes a lot of things. Business administration, finance, marketing, accounting, human resource management, international business, basically anything that needs to be taken care
Okay, so we're just lumping all of that into 5.
of is in business.
I think people who get this degree have no delusion about what their life's going to be like. I'm coming to
I also think that anybody that gets a business degree isn't like, yeah, I really just want to crunch numbers and do people's taxes. I really want to manage and market a business company. I feel like most of the time there are people that do that, but if I had to guess, like 70% of business majors just want to make money. I do want to do that, really. You want to be an accountant. Really. I'm not judging that. I'm not making fun of that. That's fine. You want to be like, when somebody's like, what's your dream job? You go, I want to save people money in taxes. That's what you want to do. But money not involved. Like, not the fact that you could potentially make really good money. It's like, yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing's wrong with it. Nothing's wrong with it. I just can't. That's the opposite end of the spectrum for me, right? Like, I would never want to be like, dude, do you think there's anybody that's like, I want to be an auditor for the IRS? Like, that's the job. That's the dream job, is auditing. Like, that sounds so bad. I would hate that job. I mean, maybe you get some sort of pleasure in, like, sticking it to the rich guy that didn't pay his taxes. But it's like, oh, fuck, bro. You want to work for the IRS?
college to have a good time, and if things don't work out, hey, that's okay. If they do work out, great. You know, like it's just
business, dude. These guys have TikToks and they walk up to restaurants and try and get in without reservations.
Let me see if my buddy Matt. I think he majored in business. Yo, Matt.
Hey, what up?
You majored in business, right?
Yeah, I majored in marketing.
Hi, I'm James.
I fully think, bro, I really don't think marketing degrees are needed for the marketing space, though. And I whenever I have takes on this shit, a lot of like the YouTube commenters, if this becomes a video, Joe's such a fucking idiot. He knows nothing about marketing. I know. I'm just saying this is my personal perspective. You say I'm an idiot. That's fine. Explain why, and I'm fine with that. Right? I'm not saying you're wrong. There are times where I have horrible takes. But I don't think... I took a marketing class in college. It was daycare. It was daycare. Everything that I learned in that class was absolute horse shit. And when I was taking the class, one of the main things that people say, and I kind of agree, is why the fuck are you a professor if you're so successful in marketing? I'm sorry. I get being a professor for like chemistry or philosophy or fucking STEM shit. Why are you a professor for fucking marketing if you're a marketing guru? Wouldn't you be making racks marketing? And you're teaching me the fucking tips and tricks? Bro, I feel like I'm getting a fucking PowerPoint rundown made by ChatGPT. I remember the first fucking 3 weeks of class was about like perceived value. Oh my God. It's just basic shit everybody knows. You've seen an ad. You want to make your product seem valuable. You want to have a low production cost with a high value rate. iPhones are like the pinnacle of the marketing world. They cost pennies to make and they sell for the fucking profit margins that Ferraris do. Like, they're insane. Right? They churn shit like Ford cars, but they have the margins of Ferraris. It's like everybody knows that. Why the fuck? It's not pennies, bro. I know, you dumbass! It's not pennies, bro. Yeah, it's... dude, I'm not actually saying they cost pennies. I'm saying they're cheap. Oh. Fucking hell, bro.
It's the number 5, like, people are most happy that they...
But that's what I'm saying. Like, when I took marketing... granted, it was the first class, and I know it's going to go much more in depth after that, But like, I fully believe experience outweighs what word am I looking for? Oh, like requirements. Like if you have a degree in marketing and you go to apply for a job versus a guy that has proven success in marketing and social media, who are they going to hire? Who are they going to hire? The fucking guy that's proven his success, not some dude that just got a 4-year degree for marketing. Like, that's why when you go to the, like, business in general, do the internships. Do the internships, because that's how you get in. That's how you get the experience, because the experience with the degree is always going to be an experience. But if you just have the degree, you're not going to get a fucking job at a high-tier place, because they want a guy that knows what he's doing. Frankie for the 3. My 8th grade teacher had a PhD. He was like a doctor, certified doctor. He disappeared, retired. He was a good teacher, top 10 ever. Mr. Flynn is his name. Fruit for the 3. I'm filling my spring college apps alone. I'm proud of myself. Congrats. Hi for the 3. You get an accounting job so you can get a remote accounting position, live anywhere you want in different countries. Very true. Narrow for the 3. I did music and marketing in uni for guitar. Changed my username. I knew you were dying to hear it. K for the 3. Dying to hear what? Tommy G. Epstein file cover up or Israeli influence on us video. Huh? Oh, you're asking me to watch a video. Send it in the video, says Deb. Uncanny for the raid. Waiting an elephant paint for the sub. Cam for the 3. My goal put me on your stream. Shout out Jada. Snap for the 3. Most school districts don't have enough teachers because of the pay. I was recruited to be one in New York. Cap for the sub. Big for the 3. You missed my best familiar. Squeaky for the 3. Riding my skateboard, speed up, going 15 miles an hour. Got sent flying. Well, I hope you're all right. Truly D. Pat. OG. MK. OG for the sub. Wolf for the 5. Talking to a girl for a month. We only talk like 3 to 4 times a day. What should I do? No idea, man. What do you mean you talk like 3 to 4 times a day? I don't know what that means. Frankie for the sub. STFU for the sub. Corbin for the 5. Happy birthday. Captain for the sub. Halo for the 3. You think psychology is a useless or good degree? Depends what field you're going into. Yava and Just for the sub. Zach for the 3. You know what Eaton Park is? No. A 100K for the sub. Cap for the 5. And Fraser for the sub. Chat, if you send bits and I read your bits, but I don't read your dono, I'm sorry, but we do really need to get into the videos. So if you want me to read your message, don't send bits right now. Actually, I'm serious, because we're 47 minutes into the stream and we're 2 minutes into the first video. I know I'm yapping, but I want to yap. We got to lock in.
Majored in it.
Really?
L for the sub, Fraser for the sub, Hollow for the 3. Lock in.
Yeah, do you regret your degree? Are you happy that you got your degree?
Here, one second. Can I also just do a copy real quick? Or pour over? Just give me 1 second to finish paying real quick.
Yeah.
You can tell this guy's got the goods.
Yeah. So doing a second transaction, right? Yeah. Perfect. Let's just do that.
That's all.
Okay. Thank you. I was basically like highly recommended by my parents that I need to get a business degree. But I would have got a degree in like engineering or science in some capacity, because I actually like enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Like if you got a degree in like finance or accounting, I think that'd be helpful. Like I got a degree in marketing. I think that's like an absolute joke. I don't think it actually.
Oh, weird. 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 I was just doing a rambling about how marketing degree is fucking piece of shit. What the fuck? I think you learn valuable shit. But like, bro, all smart marketing guys that I watch speak know their shit from the jobs they've held versus the degree they had. Like, you could get a genius. Throw it in sub only! Please! Holy shit! Why are people spamming that, bro? Stop that poll, mods. I'm sorry, bro. I really want to lock in today. I'm really excited about the videos we're watching. Please stop trolling, mods. I'm genuine. I'm actually asking you. I'm not faking the rage right now. I want to lock in. I look over at my chat. Nobody's typing shit that has to do with it. Please. Please, chat. It's in sub only. Shut the fuck up. Oh my... Are we ready? Chloe and Boggy for the sub, Ellen Fraser for the sub. Let's lock in.
like helps with anything. But like I'm happy I guess that I have it.
It's the 5th least regretted? Like, why do you think that is?
I would say that people are probably happy with it because everybody ends up going and working in business, no matter what your profession is.
Well, dude.
Yeah, it's more you need the degree to get in the door versus actually the expertise. It's just the fact that you need a business degree.
Thanks for answering
Yo, Cat for the 5.
your questions, dude. I'll see you tonight.
Yeah, I'll see you tonight.
All right, later.
Should I not tell Lindsay?
See ya tonight. Okay, that was hilarious. He's like, I don't regret it at all. Huge waste of time.
Yeah. But he did make a good point there at the end where, like, everything is business.
Yeah, I think no matter what you do in your life, you'd be like, oh, well, I used that thing I learned from business school. Like, there will be something.
Yeah.
You won't feel like it was...
Yeah, I'm not saying that you're not getting any value out of a marketing. I think business degrees in general have value. I think going to school for general business is weird because you should still just pick some sort of alleyway down the line. Like getting a general business degree versus some form of expertise in a specific field, like finance, accounting, marketing, international business, like that's better.
It's a total waste.
Also,
Yo, chat, actually stop. Cat for the 5. Really enjoy the streams. I appreciate that, bro. And Taste for the 3. 2 weeks ago, my grandfather died. Rip in the chat. I'm sorry for your loss, man. Sketty for the 3. New idea, nuke button. Chat gets too rowdy. Press the button and random chatter's house explodes. Yeah, I can't do that, man. That would be a huge problem. Doug with the sub. All right, but chat, actually, like no rage bait shit. I really do want to lock in today. Can we please not do some bullshit, right? Let's go.
so we got to see a little peek of the degree in use when he solved that coffee problem.
Yeah, so doing a second transaction, right?
Let's just make 2 transactions. That's management.
Let's make 2 transactions. Yeah, your fucking business marketing degree is really going to come in handy when you're at the checkout line at Starbucks.
That's business. Now back to the sad list. The number 4 most regretted college degree / field of study is...
Bro, those are literally the 2. Oh my God. No, I thought law would be number 1. What are the other 2? Or other 3? Law, I fully get people hating. Because the success rates. Law is also so stressful. Passing the bar exam.
Law.
Really?
Chat, it's not pre-watched. Those are the 2 most really? Those are the most obvious degrees. Art? What do you mean art? Can you just get a degree in art? I feel like it has to be more specific than that. There's no way you can just get a BA in art. You would have to have like art with a specification in painting or sculpture.
Law. Really?
Interesting.
Fine arts? Yeah, but a fine arts degree is different. Like, you could get a fine arts degree in ballet, but you're not just getting art.
That is interesting. I bet it's for depressing reasons. It's easier to convince yourself that you could be a lawyer than you could be a doctor. Like, there's no part of me that...
No! I think it would be... Okay. I think it would be harder to be a lawyer than a GP. But I think being a surgeon is a hell of a lot harder. I think being a GP is a great job. Being able to walk in and do like yearly checkups, maybe a prostate exam here and there, that's a great job, you know? You just walk in, do the same shit every day, you get paid like $150K. More, maybe, depending on how far you into your fucking career. And then you leave. What's a GP? General practitioner. It's basically the doctor you go to for like your yearly checkup. Does your GP do your prostate exam? I don't know. Do you have a specific doctor for that? I hope not. I feel like that'd be really creepy. You have to go to your prostate doctor. I don't have one. Don't worry. We'll schedule your appointment. You walk in. He's just like... putting on the glove.
It's like, oh, I could be a doctor. But like 100% of me is like, dude, I'd be a sick lawyer. And I also
lubed up. You think there's ever been a situation where like somebody's been getting their prostate exam and, like, they actually just, like, poop on the doctor's hand. You don't shit before you go. You drink a coffee right before. Just open the floodgates.
I also think that
Oh my God, how embarrassing that would be.
the way lawyers are
Pooping on the doctor's hand 1,000 times. That's very common.
portrayed in art and media is pretty romantic. Like, how many movies are there about like a Matthew? You can't handle the truth. Yeah.
What's a prostate? This is going to sound really fucking stupid. Women don't have prostates, right? Okay, good. I was right. Men have prostates. It's like prostate cancer is also very common. Like, if you live to 80, you're probably going to have prostate cancer. Most of the time, like, my grandfather died with prostate cancer, not of prostate cancer. He had prostate cancer for like 10 years. It does kill people, but a lot of time it's like slow growing. Prostate cancer, or your prostate isn't that like, what is your prostate? Your nuts? No. I always envisioned your prostate being the taint region of a man. What is your prostate? Damn, so do women not have to get prostate exams? The prostate is a small walnut-sized gland located in the male reproductive system, just below the bladder in front of the rectum. Oh, but women have to get the clamps. Oh. Yeah. Women have to get they have to go to get a pap smear. I'd rather get a finger shoved up my ass any day of the week. Don't remind, what's a pap smear? A pap smear is for women when they basically, like, it's literally like, imagine a car jack, but they just fucking wedge that shit open, and then they have to, like, look. Ugh! If you're a guy and you go into becoming a gynecologist, that's a bit crazy. Can we agree on that? I'm not like full judging it, but if you're a guy and you go and you're like, I want to be a gynecologist, out of every career path.
Yeah.
Did you order the Cobra? You're goddamn right I did.
Giving speeches and stuff.
When the shit hits.
Damn, do you think that's going to be on the most regrettable? Most regretted gynecologist. Prostate exam guy. I don't think that's a thing. I feel like a GP just does the prostate exam. Not really much needed in terms of expertise there.
Movies are there about like a Matthew? You can't handle the truth. Yeah.
Did you order the Cobra? You're goddamn right I did.
Giving speeches and stuff.
When the shit hits the fan, some guys run and some guys stay.
When the reality is your job is to read things and not miss anything.
Why did I hire you?
Dude, it's not even read things and not miss anything. From the people I know that are in law, they basically say that passing the bar is impossible because all of the questions' answers are all seemingly right, but it's all about verbiage and wording. Like, AI had one of the hardest times passing the bar earlier on. I'm pretty sure there's versions of AI that pass the bar now, but it's like, dude, it's all verbiage. It's all fucking knowing the book in very specific terms and how that applies. That's why the lawyer that you have matters. Like, if you have a cheap lawyer, they suck. They pass, but that doesn't mean shit. They're like bottom tier lawyer versus some guy that knows what the fuck he's doing. Yeah, a Saul Goodman of the business.
Police report summarized. Traffic signal analysis, medallion bids, attendees, and results. That's why you hired me.
Let me see if Graham will pick up.
Yes, sir.
Yo, Graham, I wanted to hit you up to see
Do they know people with every degree?
if you know why you think people who pursue law end up regretting that pursuit.
Yes, I think that it attracts a certain crowd of people who enjoy academia and the study of law and don't like practicing law, which is like less academic in nature and a little bit more like practical.
Thanks, dude. That's a cool take.
Yeah, probably what you end up doing ends up maybe being boring.
I feel like it's most regretted too, because I feel like becoming a lawyer is one of those degrees that people try to achieve because they know that it makes money. Like, you have that one kid in your class that's smart, and you're like, what do you want to do when you're later or when you grow up? And he's always like, surgeon, lawyer. But it's like they don't actually love the idea of being a lawyer. They love the potentiality that it can give them in financial gain.
But this one might not be. This is the fourth most least regretted.
Most least regretted. So the happiest degree. Number 4. I feel like I'm going to go comp sci on 4.
College degree.
Field of study.
Vocational /
Technical.
Does that count?
This is electricians.
Does that count? Isn't that its own? That's not college. Vocational school isn't college. What's vocational? Electricians, plumbers, fucking, carpentry.
Plumbers, automotive technology, cosmetology,
It's a trade school.
culinary school. We're talking about the trades.
I think we've seen like the expectation versus reality
I would have put that at number 1.
brought up for both of these, right? Like expected one thing, didn't expect the red tape. Expected all the academia, didn't expect the workload or whatever.
Oh, you know what you're getting into in vocational school. You just go because it's a steady job. Like, you're setting yourself up for the future being an electrician, but it's like, you got to be an electrician for the next 35 years.
This must be like the most opposite with expectation, because you're like, I assume I'm going to be
job security, and you're going to do the same thing every day for the next 3 decades.
plumbing if I go to this plumbing school.
Yeah, dude, I became a plumber. Did you know I got to deal with water?
Dude, I became a plumber. You know I actually have to go in sewers and shit? Oh my God, it's fucking terrible. I actually heard I do have a plumber. This is another, I have a friend. I have a friend who's a plumber. He said that shit is not the worst smelling thing. It's like when he has to clean out like clogged grease. He said sewers don't smell that bad because it's poop. He said like rotting food and like grease is by far worse.
Yeah.
So it's worth noting that there are other factors beyond the field of study that affect whether someone considers their education worth it, like level of education. So people with master's or doctorate degrees felt their education was more worth it than people with associate degrees. Age played a factor too. People who were older more often felt that the costs were worth it.
Well, I also think it's the time that we're in where, like, getting a college degree 40 years ago was like a fucking cheat code. If you had a college degree in the 80s, bro, that was awesome. Now everybody has a degree. So if you're getting an associate's degree, that's like wiping your ass with a fucking dollar bill, dude. It's like you're just spending money. You're not really getting much out of it in return, because that's a 2-year diploma.
Which makes total freaking sense. The survey said what you're probably thinking. There's
high schoolers. Some of you guys are probably going to graduate with a fucking associate's degree. Like, getting an associate's degree, it's like, if you're going post high school, a lot of people are like, why am I wasting my time on this?
Education may also be driven by the rising costs of higher education and the increased use of student loans, which makes costs remain more salient into adulthood.
All the old people in the survey, you like see the bars on these charts, and they're all like, I don't regret it at all.
Yeah, I had a blast. I had so much fun. It cost me $36, and then I bought a house for $15,000. Then I just sold it for $4 million. Another big factor is whether or not people have student loans. That makes sense.
It's just obvious. I mean, it makes sense.
And a final big factor is the type of institution. Public institutions are like UC schools, state schools, Ohio State, University, or Florida. It's definitely the most common type of college. Then you have private, non-profit schools, which is like USC or small liberal arts schools. All the Ivy League schools are actually in this category. And then private, for-profit institutions are like
DeVry. What about Education Connection? What was that online college they used to do ads for all the time? Not Education Connection. Oh my God. Dude, I remember I would see that shit. This was like 2012. What was that school they always did online shit for? Get Connected? Well, it wasn't Education Connection. Education Connection wasn't a school, was it? Was that a school? I thought it hooked you up to a school.
Or
For free, Purdue.
University of Phoenix.
They've kind of
ABC Mouse. You guys are not helpful at all. You're just typing Hustlers University. No, not Hustlers University. Not the fucking Andrew Tate fucking Discord group.
come under a lot of scrutiny. They have pretty bad graduation rates. I don't want to disparage people who graduate from DeVry, but
My interpretation is it's like the bank, which is not a perfect institution, versus the payday loan place,
yeah,
which is a less perfect institution.
Yo, Savage for the 5. Gifted Milk for the 3. Currently electrical college with a bachelor's degree. Won't have a diploma though. I got my license in for the 5. If you had to choose what your last meal be, love for the sub, chicken wings. 7 for the 3. I'm 15. I think you should make a philosophy podcast. I already have a philosophy channel. It's for the sub. Atticus for the 3. Alone Danny for the sub. Sketty for the 3. I pass out at the bar all the time. PM and Pay for the sub. Keo and Inno for the sub. Official for the 5. Senior in high school. I was wondering what you think of a business, entrepreneurial / major / degree. We were just talking about that for the last like 10 minutes. Over for the 5. Don't read out loud. Thank you. T-shirt for the 3. I have never read that. Sebi and Dove for the sub. Sketty for the 3. FG for the 3. Love the YouTube videos. Thank you.
Up next, the third most regretted type of degree, life
Sciences.
sciences. Interesting.
life sciences. Oh, science that deals with life. We're talking biology,
Biochemistry.
molecular.
Really? I would have guessed that those were at the top. Do you think it's because it's hard to find a job with like a bio degree?
Biology,
Ecology.
botany,
Zoology.
genetics.
Oh, but a zoology degree is so badass if you actually get to work at a good zoo. I've always said I think that's one of the coolest jobs. If you're able to like work at a zoo that helps endangered and injured animals, and it's not like a for-profit, like, dude, that's awesome. You gotta just take care of fucking weird animals that like you never interact with any, like nobody would ever see, like a fucking polar bear for the rest of their lives. Like you're never gonna actually see a polar bear in the wild.
All sorts of stuff like that.
I'm actually very
Like working at the San Diego Zoo. Dude, that would be awesome. Working at the San Diego Zoo. Working at fucking like any weird aquarium.
surprised that so many people
Oh, would that be a marine biology degree or a zoology degree?
regret going into this field. This seems like one of the fields that like you know what you're doing. I'm gonna go study plants. I'm gonna go study dolphins. I'm gonna go study the human systems.
Let me see if Mooney picks up because, I haven't talked to this guy in forever. It's just kind of fun. I'm getting called old friends.
He's calling a guy he hasn't seen in 15 years. Hello? Who is this? Hey, it's Johnny. Just wondering if you regret your biology degree.
Yo, Zach.
Mooney, I'm making a video about college degrees.
I have a horticulture degree.
I don't even know what that means.
Chat, guess what? What the fuck is horticulture? I feel like that has to do with something with like seeds. Or like not farming.
Horticulture is like the
Dude, I don't know if you could get this anymore. You used to be able to get a degree in animal husbandry. You used to be able to get a degree in like animal sex.
study of fruits and nuts.
Oh,
What? You could get a degree in the study of fruits and nuts. That is so specific. Where does that degree take you in life? Like I'm not saying that's bad, but like I'm genuinely curious, like where are you going to work at, like Planters Peanuts? Like are you going to go where do you get a job?
Oh, horticulture. I guess the question is, do you regret your degree?
Maybe I'll just speak for like agriculture. Like if you work on a farm your whole life, like you don't really need a degree unless you're doing research. You're probably doing some like grunt work that you don't need a college degree for, and like the pay isn't great. And then I would say like if you're doing like life sciences, you're either teaching or you're working in a rural area.
Yeah.
can't like live in the city, like.
But you're happy with your degree?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with my degree. A lot of people don't go into research, but in my case, I did, so that's why it was useful for me.
You got a PhD, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm still doing my PhD.
And you're like breeding
A
apricots?
PhD in horticulture? Yeah, what are you getting? Hey, I'm actually a doctor. In what? Fruits and nuts. I could actually just eyeball that mixed nuts bag you have there, and I could tell you that that's 73% peanuts. Gives me some sort of, I guess, X-ray vision. I could smell a nut and tell you what type of nut it is.
I'm breeding hazelnuts.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's breeding hazelnuts. That's the research he's doing?
Be resistant to, like, fungus or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's kind of badass, though. No, that's actually kind of sick. Wait, what? He's, like, making his own type of hazelnut that can't die to fungus? No, that's actually awesome. But you have to get, like, an actual doctorate to do that.
Can't believe I nailed that.
dude.
Yeah.
Aren't you trying to do it the natural way or something?
Yeah, we've collected these hazelnuts. I don't know how much I can say about that, but, like, basically we've gone throughout the...
What, like he signed an NDA? This is real underground shit, so let's just keep this off the record. But we actually went to Guatemala and harvested these hazelnuts from this rural area. And they're like nothing I've ever seen before. I'm talking like a weird, dude, like their diameter is insane. Like he's just so hyped about this.
World before any of these, like, wars started happening in Russia and, like, geopolitical stuff has been happening in Turkey, but...
We redacted? What, so he's harvested hazelnuts from communist Russia, and now that's like way before the Great Russian War that's going. Oh, what is he talking about? This is like an FBI redacted statement? Dude, he's a fucking researcher for fruits and nuts.
But we do use molecular biology.
I gotta keep shooting this video, but I'm gonna call you.
Yeah, dude. Glad to hear from you.
Thanks, bro.
Awesome. See you later.
Later.
Dude.
What a smart guy.
Yeah, dude. And also, like, these wars in Russia and then geopolitical situation in Turkey. Don't know how much I can talk about this. I use molecular biology, but I'm making these, like, hazelnuts. So if you like Nutella, it's a lot deeper than it looks, dude.
That's an example of someone who got, like, a college degree who's really using it
right
in a way that you're like, I guess we do need educated people.
I guess we do need that. Because even in fruits and nuts, do you think horticulture goes to, like, people that are trying to make it? Because I watched a whole video the other day at, like, 3 a.m. about how, like, the fruit at your local supermarket makes it there from, like, fucking Argentina. Do you think those are those people? Like, the doctorates of horticulture are the ones that are trying to figure out how to fucking ship bananas all the way across the country without them rotting in a specific amount of time.
Like you, to keep the world going.
Like a very needed person for society, but some shit you would never think about.
100%. I think he brought up a good point. He went into research and went into, like, the actual sciences of it and, like, the development, I guess, of new plants. But a lot of people who go into agriculture go into it to, like, work in a farm or something.
Yeah.
And I could see how those people are like, yeah, not what I signed up for.
Yeah.
I live in the middle of nowhere. I didn't grow up
Yeah, it's more hands-on work than anything.
doing this. Turns out I don't like farming.
How do people find these jobs? Bro, I was just about to ask that. Like, it makes sense. Like, what do you guys want to go to college for if you're not in college yet? Or if you want to go to college? Most of you are probably going to say, like, something with business, maybe something STEM related. But they're all jobs that we know about. I have never heard of horticulture as a degree. So how the fuck did he go to college and be like, yeah, this is the profession that I want to get into? Snap for the 3. To get paid at least 6 figures in life, science says you need a PhD. It takes 8 to 9 years with college. Back for the sub. Hunter for the 3. Bots X and TLC for the sub. Atticus for the 3. Everyone Jane's bus. No. Miss for the 1,000 biddies. These nuts. Carby and Venom for the sub. Savage for the 1,000 biddies. When are you going to do food ratings? It's very entertaining. We're going to be doing a snack review for chat's favorite snacks soon. I'm probably going to go through that soon. Miss for the 3. Louis for the sub. FG for the 3. And Mo for the sub. Can you say Press and Mason are not tough with all your heart? Send me for the 3. Wormy for the 3. Been watching TikToks for a while. I want to say after watching a bunch of videos, you convinced me to start drinking heavily. No.
You got to wake up early, and it's hard to meet girls. Cool guy.
Yeah.
Mooney.
Mooneyham.
Shouts to Moon.
And now time for a quick dog.
No.
He wakes up. Actually makes them feel good.
All right, now for the third least regretted field of study. Health.
Bro, that's so many different things. Health, so like all doctor-related shit, like nutritionists or GPs. Hunter for the 5 gifteds. Just in TV inferred for the sub.
So this includes registered nurses, doctors, physical therapists. It's like life sciences, but you touch people and take their blood.
My buddy Chris is a dentist.
I would never want to be a nurse. I respect nurses a lot. You got to work weird-ass shifts. You do get a lot of time off, and you could, like, travel and make good money. I don't think I could ever put a catheter in anyone. I was going to say another man. I couldn't put a catheter in myself. I don't think I would. That's drawing the line. You got to clean up people's poop. Maybe assist in surgery. I couldn't assist in surgery. I fuck up the medicine. I don't know. Wipe people's butts all day. Bro, you got to do so much shit. You watch people die. It's sad. It's always sad. It's never not sad. And it's not like adrenaline not sad. Like if you're like a paramedic, it's high energy. Sad, you see shit, but it's high energy. RN, there's some high energy moments. A lot of it's like you're just watching old people die. Like, ugh.
That's not a dentist.
Your call has been forwarded.
Oh, he blocked you.
My buddy is a anesthesiologist.
Okay.
Anesthesiology is so scary. The surgery or the fucking insurance they have for that's crazy. Anesthesiologists are the people that give you medicine or like shit before surgery. Like when you need an anesthetic. You need something that's going to numb you or make you pass out. Or they need to pump you with certain medicines while they're giving you surgery or help. Yeah, like they put you under, right? But it's very micro doses of certain things. And if they fuck up, you die. And so, I don't know if I could do that. Neuro for the 3. Doing nursing, they had weeks of straight dildo. Joe for the 3. Best streamer. Thank you, Colin for the 3. Love you, man. You help people like myself. Watch the VODs helps a lot. You help me crawl out of suicidal ideation in a loop. For those struggling, get help. It isn't weak. Asking for help is the strongest thing you could do. Well, thank you for the 3, and thank you for the nice message, man. Suicide's never the answer, and I hope you're doing all right. Do you know any good ways I can learn about philosophy without having to go to college? Yeah, YouTube video. Not even YouTube videos. Read philosophy. I took over the 3. I don't know about all high schools. My public high school class had horticulture club. Gage and Hunter, thank you for the 5 gifted. Lock in.
Call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Why isn't anyone answering the phone? It's 3 p.m.
He's calling me back.
Oh, shit. Be cool. Be cool.
I'm curious to know, like, do you regret your college degree?
I do regret my college degree in terms of my undergraduate because I did a lot of chemistry degrees, but then when I went to medical school, ultimately 98% of what I learned was worthless, and I felt like I spent 4 years of studying a subject that I just didn't really have any kind of usefulness for. I kind of wish I had studied maybe a more philosophical approach.
But you're happy to be a doctor now.
I am happy to be a doctor. I'm not upset with my financial predicament, but there's different levels and positions too in terms of income.
Where are you at in that ladder?
I'm definitely on the upper end of physician incomes. I do pretty well.
Hell yeah, dude.
I'm a pretty stable job. There's a lot of people that like you for what you do.
I think we get the gist. People don't hate you. You make a good amount of money and seems pretty chill.
It is what it is, so.
Thanks for the insight. What do we think? I mean, I thought the big reason health was going to be so high was because it's like education, but you get paid a lot of money.
Like, you mean it's...
I thought it was going to be both
morally, you feel like you're doing something good.
Yeah.
But then you get paid.
Yeah.
All right, so that's no surprise. The doctor doesn't regret being a doctor, but he does regret not majoring in poems or something.
I think it shows that getting an education doesn't always happen.
Damn, that really does... That does suck, though, the thought that your doctor or surgeon could actually fucking hate their job. Not even in a neutral standpoint where it's like, okay, I'm making good money and I'm helping people. Like, I doubt every surgeon's like giddy to go to work. But you're meeting your fucking doctor that's supposed to be helping you, and right before he showed up, he was like like dreading getting in his car and having to show up to help you.
To be about turning it into a career. It is cool to just better yourself for the hell of bettering yourself.
Yeah. The number 2 most regretted field of study is humanities/art.
Humanities/art. That's me.
You guys said that would be number 1. What the fuck is going to be number 1, though? Humanities/art. That's a lot.
How embarrassing.
Pip for the sub, Axel for the 3. A medical field operating a bypass machine. You're controlling somebody's entire blood flow. Cappy for the sub, Neuro for the 3.
I studied film, which was in that category.
What is a humanity?
Humanities include the study of history, philosophy, and religion.
That's me! Number 2 most regrettable degree, chat. Do I regret it? No. What's my job? Twitch streamer. Did I do anything in the field of philosophy? Nope. Outside of my philosophy YouTube channel.
Modern and ancient languages and literatures, fine and performing arts, media.
That's
oh, dude, it's because you don't make fucking any media. Don't they have degrees for social media now? It's not like you get a degree in social media, but it's a degree with something with social media. Dumbest degree ever if you go for that shit. Just fucking do it. Just fucking do it. What is this? Kai Cenat Streamer University? You're going to go to college so you learn how to fucking make an Instagram post? Like, just do it, right? I feel like that's bad news if you're like, I need to get a 4-year degree in fucking social media. Anyways, fine arts and performing arts, they get to like, if you get a good job there, you get to travel the world and perform, which is really cool, but you don't make good money unless you're really, really at the top. And even then, your lifespan on being able to do it is so short. Like, if you're a ballet dancer or you perform in plays, really depends what, but like a lot of the time you might only be able to perform for like 10 years. Modern, ancient language and literature. I feel like literature ends up going into education a lot. Religion.
Media.
That's a lot of stuff.
I got a degree in philosophy and religion. I don't know anyone that gets a degree in religion and doesn't become like a priest. If you're just getting a straight theology degree.
Performing arts, media.
Like, what do you do with
That's a lot of stuff.
What do you do with a straight theology degree if you're not going to be like a Catholic priest or teach religion? Teach theology out of school? Like, what do you do with just a theology degree? I could understand philosophy, because philosophy you could segment into like HR in a grad program. A lot of people get dual degrees with psych and become like therapists.
Tough to be lumped into one thing.
Human experience.
Oh, the human experience.
It's everything related to
the human experience. I mean, it's
A mortician? Do you have to get a degree to become a mortician?
totally understandable why so many people regret this. Film school and art degrees, they're a big gamble. Like, there's way more people majoring in that.
I'd hope so. Really? What's the worst that's gonna? What's the worst that could happen? They're dead. They're dead. If you're a mortician, it's like the body looks weird. Like, you're not going to kill. It's not like you're an anesthesiologist. Worst thing that could happen, you bring them back to life. Oh, shit. You forgot your training? I didn't know it. And he's just like a dead body. He's just walking out of the morgue.
Then jobs available. Totally see why a lot of people who majored in a crapshoot got snake eyes and were like, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I think the only reason I don't regret it is because I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Like, if I had given up at some point and wasn't doing anything related to any of it, I would...
Well, yeah, I do think a lot of people that get into humanities and arts degrees end up just using that degree to put a foot in the door for the fact that they have a degree and then go into a field that has nothing to do with, you know, cinematography or whatever they ended up getting into.
Be like, dude, I should have gone to school for engineering. If I had a friend who's like an accountant and I asked them to meet up after work and they're like, oh, I can't. I go to UCLA every Wednesday for my like screenwriting class, and they're just doing it for the pursuit of it. Yeah. That's so cool.
Yeah, that's super cool.
So it sucks that people regret pursuing those things, because I think a lot of humanities and arts comes from a place of interest or passion.
The truth is, work without...
Ooh, do you think people regret it because it's like their dream gets killed? Like they go to school for like acting, performing arts, and then they fucking fail like miserably. Oh, so it's not even like, oh, the pay or they don't like their job. It's just like, I literally could not get cast in any role at all. Do we have mods in chat? No, just ban that guy. Just ban that guy. Just ban that guy. No, let's just get him out of here. See, that's not a timeout. Like, bro, like, this is just a shit chatter. It's just a shit chatter. Just get him out of here. You know? No, I'm not upset if you just ban people that do that.
Without will and work without direction only makes you a beast of burden.
Oh, is that a quote?
Yeah.
Who said that?
I don't know. Another important takeaway
What'd he say? He's just typing nonsensical paragraphs.
from the study is that someone's field of study isn't always the most regretted aspect of higher education. A lot of times it's a relationship.
Yeah.
From a statistical standpoint, the number one regret in regards to higher education, more than the field of study, according to this survey, with 45% of students feeling this way, is not getting more education.
Whoa.
A huge contributor.
The number one regret of higher education is not going further. So they wish that they had gotten a PhD.
To that is 61% of dropouts wishing that they had finished school. All right.
Well, yeah. I will say, this is how I perceive this, okay? I'm not saying this applies to anybody or you need to do this. I was in college from COVID 2020, 2021 till I graduated like summer of 24. I was exercise science for the first year. Philosophy the second year, third and fourth, right? And I think that the second year I really wanted to drop out. And that was 21, 22, right? So like the 2 months into my sophomore year when like I was finally going back, first year of college, exercise science fully online. I didn't go to college one time. Every class I had was on Zoom. It was terrible. It was like I was still in high school. Second year, first year of actual college, first day I showed up, I was like, I'm going to fucking drop out. Stuck with it. Happy I did. I see so many people that drop out, but they don't drop out in the first or second year. They drop out in the third or fourth. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're already, if you're past halfway, might as well stick it out. That's how I'm seeing that shit. The amount of people that drop out like year 4, year 3.5, I'm like, bro, you have fucking 70% of your degree done. Just get it at this point. Like, what are you fucking... I understand if it's, like, a life thing where it's like, okay, some shit happened where, like, you physically have to push school to the side, but that's just putting it off. That's not dropping out. The amount of people that are like, yeah, college isn't for me. Buddy, it took you 3.5 years to figure that out. You're on the back end of your fucking degree. What are we doing?
Number 2, least regretted field of study is... computer science.
I called that shit!
Of course. I mean, that just makes sense.
Well, that's because it's so needed right now. I think in like 5 years, people are going to regret it.
That's pretty much sums it up.
It's the science of computers, ladies and gentlemen.
Because there'll just be so many people going in for it. 14 for the 3 said, hey, the Squid Salty, Odd for the sub, Bird for the 3, Joe for the 3. Favorite show? Don't really have one. John for the 3. Graduated firefighting school today, going to EMT and a paramedic on 19. Any life advice? Scheduling, man. Make sure you don't procrastinate doing your work and trying to become a paramedic. Outside of that, good luck to you. Wormy for the 3. Don't have a college degree. I'm going to start a pyramid scheme. Yeah, start selling Cutco knives. That'll go really well. Do door-to-door sales. Piffa for the 3. R for the sub. Crazy job in the medical field would be operating by. I already read that. Axel for the 3. CSD for the 3. Got first forearm tattoo. Story of Icarus. Greek god. Do you know what that is? Yeah, I've heard of it.
And what is the number one thing in the whole society these days? Yeah, you guessed it. Computers. Computer sciences is basically the new medical school. Once we got a bunch of clankers running around. So for years and years, you've been told, like, this is safe, go into coding, until, like, last year when they're like, oh, you know what actually AI is, like, really good at? Your job. And carrying on the theme that we've seen from this list.
Yeah, I think this will slowly go down the list and then transfer sides over the next, like, 10 years. What do people at Geek Squad have a degree in? Like, if somebody works at Geek Squad, do they have a degree? Or are they just...
People make a dump truck load of money doing this.
Nothing? IT? Do you think they make money? Bro, that sucks, though, if you have to go... They have an IT in geeking, IT cybersecurity. Bro, but do they make money? That would just blow ass going to a 4-year degree school to go work at Best Buy and put on iPhone covers for people. And listen to a grandma be like, why doesn't my computer work? She's still on Windows 7. Why doesn't my computer work? She hasn't updated her computer in 8 years.
Yo, Ross. You have one of the least regretted college degrees, I think. What was your degree?
Computer science.
How do you feel about your degree, and then why do you think it's people are so happy with their computer science degrees?
Yeah, I mean, I don't regret it. The reason I don't regret it is the freedom of work and the ease of work. Last time I changed jobs, it took me like less than a week to find a new job. The fact that I can work from home, can kind of work like whatever hours I want as long as I get my...
Oh, and they job hop like crazy. They job hop like fucking crazy, bro. The people that I know in comp sci, it's like every 3 months they get a new fucking job. They do like minimal work and then they just job hop, get paid more, work for like 6 months, job hop.
Work done is really nice. Oh yeah, and I get paid well, so.
Yeah, that helps. Now with AI and coding, what level do you think that disruption is going to be at?
It's going to hurt newer people more than people like me. Instead of people hiring interns and dealing with that, they're like, well, we can probably just get AI to write code that's good enough and then have someone senior look at it. That's a possible shortfall, or maybe it works, right? And we just like programming dies in the next 10 years.
Are you worried about that at all?
I mean, not really, because like there's nothing I can do to change it. So if it happens, it happens, and I'll get a new job.
Yeah,
damn, dude.
You're smart.
Based. That's smart as hell, bro.
Swing a hammer somewhere, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, swing a hammer somewhere. The way that I perceive it is like if you were smart enough to get a comp sci degree and you're in the field and AI takes your job, you're probably smart enough to take the job of another person. Like, the people that shouldn't be, in my mind, the people that should be worried aren't comp sci people, because if you got a degree in computer science and you're in the field for 5 years and AI takes the comp sci guy's job, the comp sci guy is going to go take your job because they're going to hire him. Like, I don't know. That's just how I'm perceiving it. It's like, bro, they're probably going to be way better at whatever it is.
All right, dude. Well, thank you.
Because they could still go into the tech area. And even if they're not computer coding, it's like they'll be the Geek Squad guy.
Yeah.
All right, later.
The higher we go up this list, the more people are like, and, you know, I get paid pretty well.
yeah, they don't want to say it.
Before we go any further, I just want to remind you guys that subscriber numbers makes us feel better and not regret our chosen path.
The median income.
Am I subscribed? I am subscribed. Speed
of a subscriber to speed is double that of somebody to speed.
And least regretted degree/field of study for people in America. The most regretted college degree in America is...
If it's not art, dude, I kind of want to throw it. Does business communications count as business management? No. Journalism, I feel like that would go into the literature bunker. I think that would... Drama, that's in the arts, though. I'm just going to spin it.
Field of study.
Social and behavioral sciences.
Social/behavioral sciences. All right, so this includes psychology, sociology, anthropology, criminal justice, social work, communication studies.
Okay, communication studies is in that list. I'm shocked psychology's up there. Sociology, I get being there. Anthropology, yeah, probably hard to find a job in anthropology. Very fascinating majors, though. I love psychology, sociology, and anthropology. I get communication studies and social work not probably doing well or making a lot of money.
Behavioral science and international relations.
I'm just imagining a psychologist
June said, and I'm cooked.
working at a...
Dude, chat. Also, I see people going, oh my God, no way. If you want to go to college for psychology, don't take this fucking one YouTube video as the telltale sign that you can't do psychology. You could still this isn't a surefire saying of like everybody in this major is unhappy. Brody for the 3. I'm a psych major with a sociology minor. Slow for the 5. Dog recently passed away. I'm sorry to hear that. She was with me since I was 5. Love you. Your VODs really distract me. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help. And I'm sorry for the loss of your dog. D over the 7. Me over the 3. Should I stay in education? It's a life decision you got to make yourself. Not answering that for you. Lock in.
federal prison.
Yeah.
And it just being brutal, exhausting, emotionally difficult work.
Yeah.
And then they don't make a lot of money.
It's doom scrolling IRL. It's like, all right, time to have this other sad guy come in and talk to me on Zoom for an hour. And then I get to have lunch. You could call mine.
Yeah, you do only deal with depressing things. And it's like not a physical depression of like you're seeing people like with wounds, like you're a paramedic or an RN. You're like only dealing with people that are actively on like the brink of suicide or dealing like if you're like a therapist or a psychiatrist. Like you only deal with people that need, and it's like you're doing good, but it's like I can understand the mental deterioration of like, okay, this is like taxing my body. You get to help them. Yeah, you get to help them, but imagine like 8 years into your job, every day they're never being good news. Not never, because you are helping people get better and slowly you get to witness them like kind of grow and flourish, which is awesome. But it's like every day you're also getting new clients that are also like it's an endless loop of like pulling people out of the mud, and then you get them out of the mud and there's another person that falls in. And then you pull them out of the mud, another person falls in. Like you're doing great and you are changing the world, but from your perspective, it feels like you're doing nothing.
Therapist, but I think that'd be weird.
Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to do that.
Yeah.
You'd be like, hey, do you regret your degree?
Yeah, you're
like,
the number one most regretted. Your job is the most regretted degree in the world. How do you feel about it? It's like, oh, I guess I do have some regrets. Maybe I'll call my therapist. It's harder than ever to give young people advice on what they should do after high school. There was a time when the smart move was simple. You go to college.
It used to be that simple. It literally used to be just go to college.
Study didn't matter.
Now it's like it's a lot more complicated. And it's so new that that's an issue. Like this is the 21st century's issue, right? In the 90s, 80s, 70s, it was like you could still go to college, get a great job. Yeah, you could still do that now, but there's so many options and no time to figure it out. It's like you're still a kid being thrown into the job world effectively. Even if you are going to college, yes, you have to go to college for 4 years. Bro, you're 18 years old, 19 years old, trying to determine what you want to do for the rest of your life right now. Like, fuck. That sucks, right? But maybe I'm not making it better for any of you guys. Don't feel bad if you change your major, right? I think you should have a net of a few things that you're interested in, soft launch one of them, and see if you like it, and then you can commit to something else if it's terrible.
Much because you're just like better off having a degree. College got insanely expensive. More recently, everyone was saying, forget college, just learn how to code. Now people say AI writes code better than humans. So what is the best plan? Trade school Maybe. College? Maybe. Pick a major just for a paycheck? Maybe. Study something that you love and then it doesn't matter. You'll fall into a way to make money? Maybe. Join the family business straight out of high school, drop out and start your own thing? Honestly, I don't know. All of those.
It's so person to person because it's your interests and also the connections that you have. Like I feel like you might be that kid, but everybody knows that kid that has a dad or mom with a thriving family business that they're 100% just going into. Like your dad owns a golf course. You're going to own a golf course. That's your life, right? Like your dad owns a golf course. All right, sorry, the path is paved. That's all you got to do, and your job's set. Some people don't have that, and so it's like now you got to fucking figure out what the hell your options are, what you're able to do, and also what you want to do.
Those are extremely viable.
Legacy matters so much. It's legacy. Well, I think connections in life is everything, but it's also, yeah, like being able to go into a family business is awesome if you want to do it.
Option.
The alternative that does suck is when your parents have a family business that's on the brink of collapse and they really want you to do it, but you really don't want to do it. They really want you to carry on that family. No, like that sucks. Trying to weigh those options.
What I do know is this.
Like a pastry shop. Well, sometimes that's awesome if you really want to get into it. But yeah, like restaurant business. Like if your family owns a restaurant and, now you're really flipping a coin on whether or not you really want to own a restaurant or not.
The last decade, we've noticed that there's
inheriting a farm. That's the worst. That's the fucking worst. Or the best. It's one of the two. It also depends on the farm. If you're inheriting a farm that's worth $40 million versus a farm that's like a family-run farm that sells mainly locally and you're really, working all year round to take home like $35K profit. And if you have a bad season, you're down fucking $250,000. Like, it's fit. Dude, farmers can make like $40K off the top, but spend like $1.5 million and make 1.58. Like, it's that, like, they have to put so much money in and then only get, like, a very small increase of how much they make.
A more anti-education and anti-intellectual talk creeping into conversations from every side. And I don't freaking jive with it because at its core, education is good. It's about bettering yourself and it betters the world. And I would never discourage anyone from trying to do that. If you're a younger person watching this video, just do your best to be smart about the path that you choose. I wish I could give you better advice, but I really don't have an answer.
If anyone's trying to give you a blanket answer to this question, you probably shouldn't listen to them.
Yeah, they're either dumb or they're lying. To end this on a positive note, the number one least regretted type of degree is...
Do you have a guess?
I thought it would be this one. Is it improv?
Least regretted. So the most favorited degree by broad people. Health is already on the board. Finance is already on the board. I think chat with engineering is smart.
Is it improv school?
Architecture, maybe. Engineering.
Engineering. Dude, when I got this far, I thought I was going to say catering. I was like, catering? Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. Everybody has to eat.
Yeah, everyone's got to eat. All right, engineering.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. It's like the more tried and true version of computer science. Mm-hmm. It's the one that's been around for a century.
Yeah, this is beep, boop, beep, boop, and this is...
And we've had... for like way longer.
Then beep, boop, beep, boop. Mm-hmm. These guys together sent a man to the moon.
Well, this all honestly just makes a ton of sense and was maybe predictable the whole time.
Yeah. Thank you guys for watching.
Yeah, I think that was actually, you don't even really need to look into that. Engineering's like, you build shit, it breaks, you got to fix it, knock it down, build something else. It's never not going to be a job. Engineering is like, bro, if you go into like that type of work, like you're a civil engineer, you're always gonna, maybe there's too many civil engineers, but there always is going to be a need for civil engineers. There's always going to be a need for engineers in general, like electrical engineers and people like that do all that type of stuff. It's just a job that there's always going to be needed work. Even if it's like we build bigger and better things that last longer, there's always going to be upkeep. There's always going to be things that change. There's always going to be more people that want to do different things. So I don't know. That made a lot of sense, though. I think that was the easiest guess out of all of them. I did love that video, though. I'm sorry that took, like, fucking forever to watch. Evil for the sub, L's for the 3. Grade 12 summer, applying to university. I know exactly what I do, but I'm not sure, and I'm freaking out trying to choose what to do with my life at 17. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I think the biggest thing that I think I'm trying to convey is that you kind of have to soft commit to something, but you don't have to full commit to anything for a bit. L's for the 4, Neuro for the 3. Buying a 7-string guitar, 2 Doors Down song you gave me a month ago. I've learned all that. That's awesome. So you are for the 3. Second round of Elden Ring. You played it before. Yeah, but not the full game. Cast for the 1,500 biddies. Sorry to kill the vibe. Just want to let you know you've been helping me. I'm 16. My dad's cut connections with me. Started a new family with my nans, who I'm really close with past this year. I'm sorry for your loss. Wait. I'm really close with past this year. Yes, you're saying, I didn't know if you were saying you were close with them this past year. I'm sorry for your loss. And I'm sorry that you're cutting connections with parts of your family. I hope you're all right. Salty for the 4. You didn't read my last bits. I'm sending more. Now I'm broke. Don't send any more bits ever. JT and IJ for the sub. Not in a rude way. I'm saying if you ever say that you're broke in a bit message, just don't send bits. You don't need to send bits. I make enough money. You know, it's there for people that want to do it, but it's not a requirement. Get a job at Lockheed Martin. Christian for the sub at the 5. Gifted Salty for the 3. Love you long time. Brody for the 3. Really needed me to read that. Psych Major, I already read that. Salty for the 4. Chat, count me down 30 seconds, then we're hopping to the next video. Count me down. Hold up. Oh, I'm going to start crashing out. 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 Hold up. Oh my gosh. Okay. Lock in. Nietzsche for the sub, Nissan for the 3. DC and NBA coaches arrested for mafia connections. No, Salty for the 4. Lock in chat. Next video. We have so many videos we need to watch still. Tubi movie funniest moments. Nietzsche for the sub. I believe this is a compilation of Tubi movie like clips from different movies. If you don't know what Tubi is, it's basically like a free movie platform where like individual artists kind of create their own low-budget films. And some of them are really good. A lot of them are not. So we're going to be watching a compilation of those today. Ventrix for the 3. Portal guy here from yesterday's clip like Einstein once said, never back down, never give up. When do you give it a chance to play it? If you keep asking me, it's going to make me want to play it less. I'm sorry. Ventrix, thank you for the 3. Send it in the game / tab. I'm not playing it within the next month. Surely, Ventrix. I'm sorry. If I do play Portal 2, it won't be for a long time. Okay? I'm sorry. I want to lock in. It's just like every day I have to consistently be like, stop asking me to fucking play a game! Send it in the game suggestion tab! Send it in the game suggestion tab. And then every fucking day, people go, hey, can you play this game? Send it in the game session tab. Throw it in sub only. Death for the 4. Look forward to your streams. I appreciate that. I hope you're all right. Also, do you know Young Lean? No. But yeah, Ventrix, I'm not mad at you. It's more so just like, holy shit. Just keep it out of sub only. It's more so, it's just like every day. I don't want to keep grounding on this. I'm moving on. Today we're doing reacts. Tomorrow I'm going to be doing, this is why we're not playing Portal, because I already know what I'm doing for the next 2 weeks. Today we're doing reacts. Tomorrow we're going to be doing random horror games into a Marvel Rival sponsor for like 2 hours. I'll be live at 1 EST. Sunday we're live at 1. We're doing reacts and the Milkshake Dance. Monday we're going to be doing random games, probably Geometry Dash, Level Devil, some other random shit, maybe a Clover Pit run, and then we're going to be doing a 2-hour Waltz of the Wizard sponsor, new update, added a bunch of shit. We'll be playing it on the PC. Tuesday games with the guys, bunch of new games, RV there yet, Misery, Cuff Bust, a bunch of other games. Wednesday horror games. Thursday's going to the BCRF charity stream for breast cancer. Also reacts that I'm going to be dressing up for Halloween. We're probably going to be doing a bunch of scary reacts, maybe a scary game. Next Friday is Halloween. I'm not live. Next Saturday, random games and reacts. And then we're going to be back to our regular schedule. Lock the fuck in. Death for the 4. Thank you. Lock in. 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 Sorry. I'm a little on edge right now. Lock in. Are you sitting crisscross applesauce? Yes, and I feel like you've asked me that probably 150 times, Gamer Ollie. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up! Shut up! Holy shit! Oh my God. Have you seen The Walking Dead? 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 How are you not going? Oh my God, I'm being so fucking annoying right now. It's unreal. It's unreal. Are you a gooner? Are you a gooner? Have you seen The Walking Dead? Have you seen The Walking Dead? Have you seen The Walking Dead? Are you sitting crisscross applesauce? Mars! Get that kid the fuck out of here! Heave! Whoop! Heave! Whoop! Out of the fucking chat! Whoop! Get him out of there! God damn! Cheese and Cam for the sub, homie for the 3. I don't know. I don't know. Lil Bart. Lock in. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. Crash out today? I know, bro. It's just the spam's unreal. The spam, and then there's just the constant, hey, can you play this game? Hey, can you play? I appreciate you want me to play certain games. I say it 150 times a fucking stream. If you send me a BitDono and ask me to play a game, it's not going to increase the odds that I play a game. I say that an endless amount of times. An endless amount of time. I've probably said it 40,000 times in the last 2 months. Actually, I'm not, like, that's not even an exaggerated number. Cam and Cheese for the sub. Oh, I'm turning on my fan. And we're locking in. I'm not crashing out the rest of this stream. I'm not crashing out the rest of this stream. If anybody annoys me, I'm just going to time him out. Let's go. Let's go. If I don't read donos for a bit, I do apologize. I appreciate the donos, though. But please, do not send me bits and ask me to play a game. It is a waste of money. I'm going to tell you to just send it in the game session tab. Cheese for the sub. Lock in. Lock in. And also, mods, let's be real heavy-handed on these timeouts right now. There's just some chatters that are just typing really annoying shit. Just time them out. I don't care if they get annoyed that you timed them out. Time them out for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you know? They could be there and be annoyed. If they type an annoying message, just time them out. You know, just get them out of the chat. Just put them in the corner for a little bit, and they can, you know, think and then come back and maybe not be annoying. And if they do it again, time them out for 8 hours. And if you see them do it again, just get them out of chat forever, right? Permaban them. Deny it. Deny that shit. Get them out of there, okay? Now let's lock in. Goofiest for the sub, cheese for the sub. I'm sorry. That was a crash out that was building for the past 3 days because it's just like, holy fuck, it's the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. Tubi movie, funniest moments. Lock in. She just shoot through the entire tree? Oh no, it just hit the tree and stopped. So he's taking a shit. Oh, he's building confidence. He curved the bullet. He curved the bullet like it was a fucking baseball. He shot that shit in the opposite direction of the person he's trying to hit. Oh my God, is it actually curving? Cinema. They're in a park, by the way. That's how you know this is a Tubi movie. They're just in like a random city park. She also has a shirt on that says "Respect my titties." I don't know what movie this is, but I don't. Does that have to do with the plot?
Nigga, did you just curve a bullet?
Like he wasn't, bro. Yeah, I'd be the first one ever to do that shit. Is that actually possible? No. Even if you had a machine like fling the gun at like light speed and you shot the bullet, I mean, maybe it would curve. It wouldn't hook like that. In my mind, if it curved, it would be like a 2 degrees. That was a full 90-degree bend. 14 for the 3. Can you watch 7 AI? Trust him for the sub. Sure. Thank you for the 25 gifted. Thank them if you got a sub. Thank you for the 25 gifted. Appreciate the fucking subs, man. Chur Mobile. Thank you for the fucking subs. I Cry Goofiest and C G-Mac for the sub. Cheese for the sub. Bizarre for the sub.
You're literally putting aside who you are, your dreams, your hopes for some...
You could curve a bullet? Dude, I feel like the Mythbusters did that, didn't they? No, the Mythbusters did a video on if you could funny gun shoot a bullet through a curved barrel. I'm going to Google that out of curiosity. You definitely can't curve a bullet that much. Can you curve a bullet? Bullets do curve, but it's impossible to intentionally curve a bullet to go around corners or make sharp turns like depicted in the movie Wanted. While a bullet's path is naturally a downward arc, intentionally making a sharp non-gravity induced curve isn't possible because once a bullet leaves the barrel, it becomes free object. Yeah, so it's like you don't even have... Because it's just going to spin within the barrel. So even if you fling your gun like that, whenever you shoot, it's just going to go straight in the direction that you shot it. Yes, you can. I've done it. Says Monkey6379. So you're telling me you're in your shooting range in your backyard going like this? Trying to fucking pull a mean curve on your bullet.
Putting aside who you are, your dreams, your hopes for some bitch. Yo, don't call that. You so
stupid. At the end of the day, Ronnie, I am a man. A man who's gay. You like niggas. Get that through your head.
And moved to the same neighborhood as him. However, in spite of me doing all that, my crush has yet to notice me. Partially due to the fact that I'm ugly as fuck.
Is this supposed to be a horror movie? What?
Boy, hurry.
Oh, like she has a crush, but she's saying she's ugly, so she has to go like be stalkery towards him.
Boy, hurry up. I got shit to do. Damn. I said hurry up. Damn, dig.
Long range shovel hit.
Sinner and a user. You ain't going nowhere. You want to my dad, you bitch.
Just for Kendra, motherfucker. Since you love her, be with her.
Was that a part of the movie? Was that supposed to happen? No, he just tripped on his own fucking feet. Oh, shit. Wait, is he supposed to be dead or... What the fuck? Was he supposed to be in the film there? Oh my god, he full ate shit there. They didn't cut it out? They couldn't. Why did they retake this? Because that was a fake bullet sound anyway. He's just like lying, like half dead, like he got shot in the corner. 2 injured. Oh, they couldn't do a retake? He got so... Oh, no, he's up.
Warn me about what? Not to get involved.
They couldn't do like a WWE smack. She couldn't hold the broom and do like a... And stop right before it hit her. And she just acts like she got hit. That was like a slow-mo fucking slap. I don't even think it touched her. Mobile for the 100 fucking subs! Thank you for the fucking 100 gifted, Mobile. Thank them if you got to stop. Thank you for the fucking 100 gifted, bro. I appreciate the fucking sub. Salty for the 3. Ran out of money on my card. I got my EBT card. Stop donating. JD for the sub. Sleep for the 3. Be with us wild. Ye for the 3. My shroom trip in the forest is commencing in T-2 hours. Oh, God. Angel for the 3. Fridge looking empty. I know. I got to refill it. Critical for the 3. When are you playing Pico Park again? Mobile, thank you for the fucking 100 gifted subs. Thank them if you got a sub. Thank you for the fucking 100 gifted. It's Peyton for the sub. Don't know. I'm not going to play it again. If you have any games you want me to play or videos you want me to react to, video suggestion tab, game tab. Sure, thank you for the fucking 100 subs, Mobile. I appreciate the fucking gifteds, brother. Peyton for the sub. You did not need to do that. That is a shitload of subs, bro. I appreciate the fuck out of that. Thank you for the gifteds, man. Peyton for the sub. Lock in chat.
Apartment beauty.
Well, I kind of want to see the smack again.
Not to get involved.
Bro, she didn't even act like she got hit. Like, there was no recoil. She just, like, leaned to the side of the wall and fell straight down.
This apartment beauty. This company. Your security company.
Sweetheart, you promised. Sweetheart.
Oh, I've seen this one.
Promises are made to be broken.
Yo.
This one's so funny.
Sweetheart, promises are made to be broken.
Yo. Chloe. What the fuck, bro?
I'm just a kid.
Break this house, bitch.
Kicking a dead body, too. Oh, my God.
Sorry, kid.
I didn't see that part. I've seen where the clip ends right when she shoots him. She kicks the dead kid. Zenity for the sub. Wad Chili and Alex for the sub. And sure, thank you for the fucking subs again, bro. What do you guys think the budget of these films are? I feel like they're actually no budget. Or like $500. Like they get a camera and a mic. That's how I'm presuming this is. A wet 5, a couple hundred. I don't know. Because it doesn't really seem like they're paying the actors. I don't think they cast people. It seems more kind of like a family friend film than anything. Or like upcoming actors that'll just like star in any role given to them. Was that her nonchalantly dodging the bullets? Oh, damn. What happened to those? And who runs with a knife like that? If you were chasing somebody with a knife, would you run with it like this? No. I feel like you would hold it like that, but you would just run and not stab yourself. And then you would just stab them when you got to them. I feel like that really fucks your balance. Michael Myers does. I don't think that's Michael Myers. I think that Scream runs like that. Michael Myers just walks at you.
Call from dentist.
Hello?
Who is this?
Bitch, who are you?
Hey, what you doing touching shit?
Because clear as day, nigga, there ain't no dentist calling your phone. You know what? I've been trying to help your ass out. Lex, with your stinky ass breath. You got me f***ed up. Who the f*** was calling your phone?
You crazy as fuck.
You know what's f***ing crazy is this bitch calling your phone and she don't even have the audacity to help your ass get your rotten ass tooth fixed in the back of your f***ing throat. Probably around this bitch and bitch's fat. You probably got her number from f***ing Reese Wetton. Hi, how you doing? Hello?
This is good acting. Bro, I feel like this is honestly the best out of all of the clips. Maybe it is. I think it is easier to act mad than, like, you know, sad, upset, or just convey, like, a random emotion. But this is, I mean, dude, she's going on, like, a 2-minute scene.
Got all that f***ing money with your rotten ass, too. That's what threw off my pH balance is your breath, trying to give me head.
Call from.
And don't blow in the bitch eye.
She's saying it threw off her pH balance, what gave her, like, an infection because he has a rotten tooth in the back of his mouth.
I bet you she won't call your ass no more.
Oh, he's gonna get hit by a car. Like he wouldn't, dude. He's like 8 years old. He's not gonna go, oh, wait, no, that car's definitely gonna hit me. Let me step out of the way. Oh my God, that was just full on a mannequin.
Got him.
No stunt double, no, dude, that is literally like a fucking J.C. Penney mannequin that they just pulled. Actually, it kind of looks like paper mache. Just the T pose right when it gets hit.
Make some extras. I got one for you.
Oh.
Now clean this shit up and get the fuck out my face. Move, nigga! Damn it.
Why are you yelling at him?
Mind your business, bitch. Ain't no bitch selling pussy gonna come in my house and question me.
Josiah, go to your room. Well, for the looks of the floor, she looks a little unappreciative. Bitch, if you hit me, it's gonna take more than an army to get me off of you. Not tonight, mama. Go take your high ass on somewhere.
Oh, I see you smelling yourself, huh?
No, bitch, I'm smelling you.
Get the fuck out my house, you gutter snake hoe.
And then who gonna pay the bills?
Yo, I kind of want to watch some of these movies, though. Nah, this one's got me, like, invested. Like, what, he brought her pasta? Or, like, fettuccine, whatever the fuck that was. She threw it on the floor, told him to get the fuck out. But she's a drug addict, and the daughter's what it was a prostitute.
Ain't working, and you ain't gonna do nothing to shoot up that little welfare check. But let me tell you something. Soon, I will be leaving, and soon Josiah is going to college, and you're gonna be in this miserable ass dump all by yourself.
Joanna was known to talk back, but this was a different side of her. She was pissed.
Oh, never mind. It's lame. They got a voiceover like he's like Peter Parker, bro. They got a they got him commentating his life. Is this like a documentary? Yeah, why are they just picking on that? Ooh, great pause moment. You think she blocks it? Yeah. I think it's like some anime scene. She goes full halt. Why is it dead silent? Oh, did they not want us to hear the slaps?
You a dead bitch tonight. I'm gonna shoot your ass. I'm gonna shoot your ass dead. I brought your ass in this world. I'll take your whole ass out. No chick gonna come in my house and put his hands on me. Bitch, I'm the pimp. You the motherfucking hoe.
Just saying that to your daughter is crazy.
About me.
Like, he wouldn't have realized that wasn't Siri when it actually started having a conversation with him.
Bro, really, bro? You brought a knife to a gunfight, bro? Really?
The epic music with the skull hoodie. Oh, God, that blood splatter. Okay, genuine question. Do the people that make these films think they are good? Instant mist. Bro, that was like a spray can sound effect. That was like spray paint. No. I feel like in their brain they're going, for the budget, this was good. It has to be satire. I don't think it is. I don't think these movies, because they have genuine plots, I don't think they're meant to be funny. I think they're funny because they're bad. But I think they're like, this is a decent film for the fucking $300 in one day we had of filming. Like, there's no way they're uploading this being like, this is ass, and I know it's ass. Because I feel like if you were leaning into the fact that it was bad, it would be even more bad.
Who's the shrimp taco now?
Who's the shrimp taco now? Bro, is that jelly on his knife? They didn't buy fake blood? Did they just dip that in, like, grape jelly? Why is the blood congealed on his... Dude, what is that?
Who's the shrimp taco now?
So yeah, that was my most embarrassing moments.
I had such a great time. It was so nice. Yeah.
Walk out the frame.
Uploaded on Tubi, bro. They didn't chop out the fucking director in the back. What happened? You could fucking hear the guy say, walk out of frame. No, and this is probably like a full hour-and-a-half film. See, that's what I mean, bro. Like, that's just bad. That's, like, it's funny. That's why watching Tubi movies are funny, is because they're so bad it's funny, but it's like there's no way they didn't nobody rewatched the film before they uploaded it.
Walk out the frame.
Right.
I said go to the car. Then we out of this. All right. That was good. Good pacing on that.
Go to the car?
Yeah.
You going to the car, get ready to leave.
Everybody to positions of the car.
Oh.
So he would be front.
I hit his shoulder, and I liked it because it was like a sneaky bitch thing. Like,
was this kept in the movie?
Like, because she didn't see it. She really didn't see it in real.
Blooper reel? Bro, I don't think they're adding blooper reels to a movie that costs $20 to make.
Real life,
I did
for real,
not.
for real. I did not.
No, real life, she would see that. Real life.
No, she definitely would. Like, bitch.
Action. And that is my most embarrassing moment.
Only a weak man would kill.
Dude, that I really do think Tubi movies, it has to be like actors that want to have a role in the future. Because you need some level of credibility. But I wouldn't feel comfortable dude, like, that guy has that on his portfolio. Like, when that guy goes to apply to act, that Tubi movie is, like, linked as a part of the resume. And if they watch that, they'd be like, what the fuck? There's no way. There's certain Tubi movies that are quality, but, like, there's no way you're putting that on your docket of reputability.
A woman.
We, Jasper cheating on you all the time, and all you do is take him back. Tammy told me what you did. You got a heavy price to pay. Fuck. God damn.
Yo.
By association.
That is, holy shit.
Which one of you bitches was trying to line me up?
It was J-Rock. I'm sorry. It was her brother J-Rock.
You don't like snitches.
See, this one kind of seems better. You know that? No, this one's like higher quality. That one was so ass, bro. The bat noise, like it just dinked him in the head, and he just acted like it hurt.
It was J-Rock. I'm sorry. It was her brother J-Rock.
You don't like snitches. We don't like loud bitches neither.
Damn, nigga, how you gonna do that shit? I was trying to that bitch. You ain't see how thick she was?
Man, listen. Should be warm 10 to 15 minutes. Fine.
What? What? No. 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 No.
And J-Rock. The cleanest shit.
Warm 10 or 15 minutes? Bro, what are you telling him? You telling him to have sex with a dead body?
Shit up. Alright.
I mean, he also was suggesting another sex crime, but, I mean, also insane either way. Oh my God, there's multiple parts of this. I'll watch another one of those another day. That is fucking hilarious. How bad some of those are. My God. And I've seen slop movies. I've seen Sharknado, and that's a high budget. I've seen, like, Sharks of the Corn. I've seen Velocipaster, you know. I'm not an aficionado, but I've experienced Evil Bong. You know, I've seen shitty fucking movies. Those are bad. Like, those Tubi movie clips, it's not even like it's a film that just sucks and it's funny. It's like, dude, they forgot to tell them to cut. You could hear the people in the back. You obviously, Tubi sucks ass. Well, it's fucking free. But I don't understand how Tubi makes money. Do you think they get like a cut of ad rev? And that's why? So they just film like slop movies, upload them because people will watch shit because it's funny. And then it gets views, they get a cut. That would make sense. Love for the 3. No, I'm not going to IRL stream. Logan, MX, Logan, and Big for the sub. K-Dog for the 5. Do you like your name? Yeah. I don't really care about my name that much. If you could, would you change it? No. Salty for the 3. Don't time me out. I'm just trying to watch my favorite stream. Yeah, but you keep saying you're broke and then continuing to send bits. So I'm going to time you out. Or stop sending bits, genuinely. Jackson Jinxie for the sub. Gravy for the 3. You create a stream overlay game video sessions in the Discord, kind of like your daily sub goal under the chat or something so people won't crash out again. No. That would be a Gravy. I appreciate the suggestion. I'm sorry for the repulsive response. But I'm not going to have a text box that says games in the game suggestion tab, videos in the video suggestion tab on my stream at all times. That would be horrible. Luna for the 5. I already read that. That's all for the sub. Crush for the 3. They're probably giving them an iPhone with 64 gigs. Love for the 3. All right. Chat, next video. Is fear getting stronger? Lock in.
Over the last
images may be spooky. Ooh.
500 million years, what started as a startle reflex transformed into emotion and now shapes the structure of policy itself. It's incredibly contagious, historically been weaponized as punishment, and even heritable under the right conditions.
Fear can be inherited through sperm? Huh? Lab mice trained to fear a particular smell can transfer that impulse to unborn sons and grandsons? So if you're afraid of something, your offspring are also likely to be afraid of it. Well, that's in mice.
But after a millennium of influencing, well, everything, fear seems to be less pervasive than we once thought. In fact, fear is so modifiable that not only are more people seeking it out as a form of entertainment, but in a lab, fear can be erased far easier.
I don't know. I think people seek horror movies for entertainment to fucking feel alive. Or distract you from other emotions in life. Genuinely. I think horror movies is like one of the greatest genres as a means of like forgetting, because you get so zoned into a horror film. Like other movies, if you're watching like a comedy or, you know, like a drama, romance, you kind of zone out. You go do other shit. You're not really in the film. When you watch a horror film, you're locked in to that shit for like the 2 hours that it's on. So I get that.
Than it's learned. Just like everything else, eventually humanity found a way to conquer it. And conquer it, we did. Except that's completely false.
Yeah, I feel like fear is so much more worse than anything else. I feel like anxiety and the general fear of like the future and impending doom is more than ever.
As of 2019, anxiety disorders have shot up by 55%, while new phobias pop up every other year.
Okay, new phobias popping up every other year, though. I don't think there's actually new phobias. I think they just have names. Is that fair to say? Like, arachnophobia is something that I believe has probably always existed. People have always been afraid of spiders. Like, but it's just nobody had a term for being afraid of fucking spiders until that popped up.
Pop up every other year, most of which seem irrational or harmless, yet are still potent enough to shape entire generations. Have we really found a way to conquer fear, or has it just mutated into different forms? Well, in a cycle as old as our species itself, no matter how many fears we overcome, twice as many emerge just as quickly to take their place.
Oh, no, that is like a new phobia. That's fair. That's fair. New shit being developed, like the fear of AI or like technology. That's something that is new. But what is a new phobia that people have that they didn't have 10 years ago?
Changing in form as humanity moved from real threats to abstract ones, evolving.
Yeah, I think fear today, chat, would you guys say fear today is worse or better than it was in like caveman times? It's a whole it's a deep fear, bro. That's the difference. I think like caveman times, you were afraid of dying. You were afraid of, and people are still afraid of dying today, obviously. But caveman times, it was like, holy shit, this bear's gonna kill me. This shark's gonna kill me. This thing's gonna kill me. Now it's like the impending doom that nuclear warfare might wipe the human race off the planet, and humanity as a whole and life as we know it may cease to exist because of 4 men that have really tied knots of narcissism within their own personality, and they refuse to see the other person's side or even for a moment, you know, put their fucking thoughts aside for the betterment of humanity. It's like a much more complex fear that people have today. You're afraid of death, yes, but you're also afraid of like not having, like, it's like afraid of death because you can't find food in caveman times, afraid of death because something's gonna maul you, versus now like war, politics, and all these other things that could potentially hurt, harm, or hinder you. There's a lot more to be afraid of now.
To abstract ones, evolving with us as fear moved from biology into culture and then fiction, science, finance, technology, space exploration, and every other layer of human existence. It is possibly the one thing we may never be able to control. With an influence so deep, it's unsettling to imagine what control over fear would even look like. But despite everything I just said, there's a catch. We have found a way to dull fear's effects, and yet it's everywhere, spreading wider than ever before.
Wait, this is how, what, afraid you are of things? That really does make sense when you're like 95, you're just no longer afraid of shit. Like, when you're at that age, bro, I feel like it's just... Dude, peak fears 40 to 44. When you're at 95, though, I feel like it's like, I'm going to die at any moment. Why would I be afraid of anything? Anything could kill me. I might die from breathing right now. Flat for the 5 gifteds, and the individual sub, straw for the sub, combo for the 5, salty for the 3. Mods, time out salty. I do not want you to keep sending me bits. I appreciate the bits. Please stop sending me bits. Flat for the sub. Why do they say a penny for your thoughts when our thoughts are highly valued? I don't know. Solve for the 3. Considering how bad chat gets at times, I wonder why you don't keep it at sub only longer than you do. SOS for the sub. Because I feel bad for the chatters that aren't shit, but just don't have money to sub or don't want to spend the money to sub. Because I realize that people don't have that money. Quum for the 5. I don't want to punish everybody because fucking 100 people in my chat are ass. Mr. Krabs for the 3. What do you think would be a better outcome, world run by men or women? Oh, God, man. What the fuck are you? Combo for the 5. I have Joe-phobia. Probably today, women, but I think you're going to try and clip this and turn this into a me being whipped by my girlfriend thing, so I'm not even going to go in depth on that, but let's lock in. Don't ask me questions like that. Thank you, though. Because then it's just going to get clipped and it's going to turn into people attacking me.
Is fear getting stronger? If fear is getting stronger.
Yeah, I feel like you're definitively trying to start shit with that question. Lose-lose question? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Oh. No, it's not that I don't want to answer it, but you got to realize, man, like, you're trying to open a can of worms in that question.
How would we even know? One way is to look at individuals, using their heart rate and their flinches, but that's too one-dimensional and doesn't account for the diversity in fear. Another way would be to track different fears across society, but that's too static and only tells us where fear is right now. So a better method would be...
This is a prevalence... What is this? A graph of prevalence of fear? Damn, Iceland's like the least fearful country. Is this like threat of global fear? I don't understand what this graph is even representing. There's no shot this is true.
So a better method would be to start from the beginning, mapping as many different fears as we can through a series of levels, the deepest being biology. At the biological level, we have the most primitive fears, the oldest of which is the acoustic startle reflex, which isn't technically a fear, but is the foundation of every other fear. Its only purpose is survival, by forcing a reaction to...
Yeah, you can't control it either. It's like fully hardwired into your body. A loud noise is going to make you jump and have your head snap.
To any sudden noise. Because of that, it's an all or nothing response.
It's not, I wouldn't even say, is a loud sound fear or more awareness? I feel like that's how low level it is. Like, it's not even really scared. Like, you're not scared. It's just like a flinch reflex. No, but you do get an adrenaline rush. Like, if you were walking through the woods and there was like a really loud noise, you would probably get scared as shit.
Hardwired into the brainstem and universal across all mammals. However, while this does mean that it can't scale in strength, it doesn't mean that it can't scale in sensitivity. And when paired with higher brain regions, this reflex could be shaped by perception, which is where the second fear in this level comes from, heights. The fear of heights is also hardwired, so much so that...
Really? The fear of heights is hardwired. Do you think that if you never taught a kid anything and they grew up, they would understand the idea that they'll fall to their death if they, like, fell off a tree? Yeah, like, the fear of heights, everyone has. It's just how afraid you are of heights. There are certain people with, like, dumbed down levels of that receptor in their brain. Like, who's that one famous rock climber that scaled, like, the wall of a mountain with no, like, safety nets? Rock climber with no fear. What's his name, bro? Alex Honnold. Alex Honnold actually has, like, a fucked up brain and isn't afraid of heights as much as the normal person. This is him free climbing a mountain. If he fell here, he would die. He has no harness. I don't think anyone could do this in my chat. I don't think anyone I think like out of 8 billion people, there's probably like 10,000 people that could fucking do this. He did die? Nah, Alex Honnold didn't die. Alex Honnold's 40. He's alive. But he's scaled crazy mountains with no fucking harnesses. Nothing.
Even turtles have it. But in human...
Can you say 2 rare? Society, OT, flat for the 5, smart for the 3. Interesting 9-month-old brother to their stream. Say hi to Levi. Hello, Levi. Sin for the 3. Why do you say dead positive? Don't you mean positive taking a dirt nap? Same thing. Flatline for the 4. Answer Salty's question. Dat for the sub. Lock in.
It's even more apparent. As in infants, the illusion of a drop-off causes them to pause and refuse to cross, which marks the beginning of what characterizes real fear. It's anticipatory. While the fear of heights is very narrow, recognizing cues in the environment came with...
But do you think that we have a fear of heights because your brain recognizes the potentiality of death from that? Like, if you were never taught anything, you would understand... Like, animals would understand, if I fall from this, I'll die.
Its own set of advantages. Chief among them was...
How? How does it know that?
Anticipating threats instead of just reacting to them. And while this was undeniably beneficial, it did have one major drawback. Now, fear was something that lingered. An environment full of information that's very helpful. It allowed us to predict, anticipate, and respond preemptively. But strip away...
Yeah, anxiety really does suck because it's something that is like a genetic thing we've inherited to survive that isn't needed in everyday life for anxiety-based things. Like, I mean, maybe in some instances where if you're anxious about losing a job because you're worried about not being able to have food because that's related to the idea of dying. But a lot of anxiety people have isn't tied to the fear of death, but that's where you get it. So it's just like you feel like you're going to die.
Weigh that information, and what once kept you safe starts to work against you. Or in other words, darkness, the last fear in this level. What's interesting about darkness, to me, is that it isn't the dark that makes things unsettling.
It's the fear of the unknown.
In fact, many prey animals are nocturnal precisely because of the darkness. What makes the darkness unsettling is what it hides, a function of the fact that we're diurnal. Humans are overwhelmingly daylight dependent, so much so that the cones in our eyes require bright light to function well. At night, there is no bright light, so in response, we use another type of cell located in the periphery of the retina called rods. And while they're great at detecting motion, they are terrible at detecting detail, which leaves us in a position where we can't pick up on color, can't pick up on sharpness, but are hypersensitive to the jittery shapes at the edge of our vision. By itself, this isn't too bad, but imagine living 300,000 years ago, where real-life monsters...
Holy shit! Holy shit! Imagine being a caveman walking through the woods in the middle of the night, no torch. Like, fire exists, but you don't have portable fire. It's just pitch black. The moon's not out, so you don't get the reflection of the sun on the moon. It's just dark.
Much stronger than...
But at that point, I feel like you don't, like, the type of animals we are, you get shit done during the day, and you, like, camp at night, because you're scared. Right? Well, and you need to sleep. But it's a mixture. That's how we got here. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, you don't really move at night as a human. Like, you're not traveling during the night.
And you or I were actively hunting humans. Suddenly, every rustle could be a predator, every shadow, a threat, which gets to the heart of what makes the darkness terrifying. You can never be certain. And when your main survival strategy is anticipating threats, this same system is now working in overdrive, constantly guessing off of very limited information what's dangerous and what's not.
And that's why people think they see things in the dark that they don't, because their brain's working hyperactively. And so they have to interpret things that they believe may be threats, but in reality aren't. And that's one of the reasons I don't know if I do believe in ghosts or don't. I'm kind of in a coin toss there still. Because if you tell me that I'm going into a haunted house and I'm genetically hardwired to already be anxious about being in the dark, and now you're kind of throwing in level 3 or 4, levels of fear at me, like supernatural fears, and now I'm trying to perceive that, I'm going to start thinking that I'm seeing ghosts. I'm going to start thinking that I'm seeing demons.
Over generations, those who guess danger more often survive longer, and as a result, changed fear forever. Now, it persists, it can spread, but most importantly, it thrives under ambiguity. And the dangerous thing about ambiguity is, it's everywhere.
Social.
Level 2 is where fears become human, influenced by our interactions with other people. And what I find surprising about that is, nothing illustrates this better than a 500 million year old reflex rooted in contamination cues.
Yawning? Oh, coughing. I love talking about yawning. If I yawned right now, a lot of you guys would yawn because your brain is hardwired to be on like the same, what is it, like, not sleep schedule, but humans are like hardwired to be on the same rhythm. And so if you yawn, wait, why if I yawn, do other people yawn? Social mirroring is a subconscious behavior believed to be related to your brain's mirror neurons. It's an empathetic behavior that strengthens social bonds and increases group behavior and alertness in transitional times. So it's literally a survivability thing to yawn when other people yawn. I just yawned. Yeah, talking about yawning can make you yawn, or thinking about yawning.
Or, in other words, the fear of
I feel it building. It's like right back here. I'm like, I could yawn right now. Hold up. That's so fucking weird. That's so fucking weird.
pathogens, which actually comes from the disgust system, a sister of fear, but didn't fully mature until humans started living in groups. When we did, working together changed everything, but perhaps most quietly by opening a new dimension to fear, internal threats, which are invisible to the naked eye but just as deadly as anything else. So while darkness made us afraid of what might be out there, pathogens took that same ambiguity and turned it inside, which is...
Yeah, but did humans know? Didn't we not know that disease was contaminated through coughing and other, like, life forms? Maybe you knew to stay away from those people, but I don't think we fully understood that until, like, well into the human history.
Way worse, because unlike
like, plague doctors used to think that fucking disease was spread through smell.
Predators, pathogens don't announce themselves. They're delayed in onset, silent, and most dangerously, spread in accordance with the very thing that made humans successful, the size of our groups. And there's some terrifying examples of this across history. The Black Death, in just a few years, killed roughly 50% of Europe's population. The Justinian plague of Constantinople killed...
Which is wild. Like, did they do... I love learning about the Black Plague, but I feel like you glance over it so fast in school history class that I kind of want to, like, watch a whole documentary on it. Because did they do everyday things in that time? Like, you know how scary it would have been to be alive during the Black Plague? Knowing that 1 in 2 people would die. Not even 1 in 2 people would get it. 1 in 2 people would die from the Black Plague in that time span. Like, half of Europe died. So there were just dead bodies everywhere. You still had to fucking farm food and you know, survive. But I feel like a lot of time had to have just been spent, like, hunkered in your home out of just straight up fear.
So many people that bodies had to be piled in the streets or dumped into the ocean. But the most interesting thing, to me, is the after effects. The fear of pathogens can't possibly just be chalked up to the fact that they're lethal, because at a deeper level, they're transformative. Every pandemic in the history of humanity created immense changes that spread much farther than the death toll. They changed our psychology, our behavior, who we eat with or who we trust. They changed the economy.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not really that afraid of getting casually sick. It depends on the sickness. Like, if somebody told me they had COVID, I'd be like, okay, I'm not hanging out with you. Or like the stomach virus or the flu, strep throat. But if somebody was like, I have a cold, I wouldn't care. You know? I would still be like, just don't cough on me. It depends what type of illness it was. COVID was like the first time, bro. Y'all remember? Did y'all go to the grocery store during COVID? That shit was like hazmat suit central, bro. People were showing up. You were like sidestepping away from people. Like, you didn't want to even be within a 10-foot radius of someone. It was that scary. Like, the thought of getting COVID was like death. Not like, I wasn't, in my brain, I remember not being, I knew I wasn't going to die. But I was like, oh, getting COVID would be really bad.
It's the level of superstition and the amount of control. In fact, in Rome's case, the Justinian plague is thought to be one of the leading theories behind why its empire collapsed. All of these are a function of pathogens targeting the places that should be the safest. Us. Except, they were never the safest, were they? Because you know what's more terrifying than something that's invisible? Something that can hide its intentions, and worse, is just as clever as you are. The craziest thing I found when I was trying to map these different fears is this, the International Affective Picture System, which is a
Bro, it really is nuts that the scariest thing is, like, in a survivability scenario, or like when you watch apocalypse films. What's the scariest thing about The Walking Dead? Not the zombies. It's the other fucking people that are trying to kill you. It's not the fucking, you know, the animals that are, because you're a human. You're above, like, we're apex predators in the sense that we weren't originally, but we're smart enough now to where you can build tools and basically kill any animal. So it's just the only thing that's you're afraid of is other people.
But if you look closely, there's one fear that consistently generates more negative emotion than almost anything else. It's not pollution, not disease, and not predators. It's humans. Specifically, angry humans. And it's for good reason. Humans can undoubtedly be more compassionate than anything that has ever existed. However, we also have that same capacity towards violence. And this capacity isn't exactly a recent phenomenon. 10,000 years ago, a group of hunter-gatherers were, for lack of a better word, massacred, and it wasn't exactly merciful. In a sample of Paleolithic fossils—
Wait, what? Like some random human in a group of hunter-gatherers killed all his people?
A group of hunter-gatherers were, for lack of a better word, massacred, and it wasn't exactly merciful. In a sample of Paleolithic fossils, 26% had some form of cranial trauma, most of which were male. And in two modern hunter-gatherer societies—
Yeah, man. That's crazy to think about. Like, people get in, like, school fights now and street fights. But, like, pre-society times, if you lived— because we weren't a type of animal where it was, like, there's one guy and a bunch of women, and, like, they only mate with one— like, everybody mated with other people, right? Like, it wasn't like the apex male got all the women. Maybe there were certain groups of people like that, but the amount of times you would probably just get in almost death level fist fights with other men in your group is crazy. To think that, like, you're just casually chilling with, like, the 8 people in your pack, and one day some guy, you get upset, like, arguing over food distribution or something. Not even by language. You just start fucking beating the shit out of each other till somebody fucking gives up or dies.
Roughly 40% of all deaths come from other humans.
What? 40% of—
And in two modern hunter-gatherer societies, roughly 40% of all deaths come from other humans.
In 40% of two hunter-gatherer societies, a third to a half of all deaths in these societies were due to human violence. So they weren't even dying to the shit around them. They weren't dying to starvation or disease. They were just fucking killing each other.
Regardless of the conditions, humans can—
I don't want to say that makes me feel better about how shit society is, but, like, people have been doing that since hunter-gatherers. Because I would have presumed that hunter-gatherer societies weren't peaceful, but I would have guessed that they didn't kill each other often. Because they were dealing with outward threats. But it's when you're safe enough that you start fighting each other. Because you do work together if there's a threat. But once that threat's gone, the threat becomes another person. That's why, like, one of the biggest unifying ways to get people on each other's side is war. Because right now, politically, in the United States, everybody hates each other. But if we had a war where where everybody thought it made sense to have a common goal against another enemy, everybody stops bickering at each other for a minute to deal with that. Or like aliens. Like if we all had to fight aliens, we'd come together. Like that's showing that hunter-gatherers were doing well enough to the point where they were just attacking each other because they didn't have to worry about other stuff. Not worry, but to the extent where it wasn't that big of a deal.
Be, and often are, a threat. But humans fighting each other is one thing. What can truly make...
So the solution to world peace is an intergalactic war? No, but I do think it would cause world peace. Momentarily. I think if we would die if we ever had to fight aliens. But I think if aliens ever did threaten threaten Earth, I think all the countries would come together and stop fighting. Because you got to think, if aliens are coming down and attacking Earth, are the current wars that are going on going to continue happening in the midst of that? No. For a brief moment, everybody's going to go and pivot their eyes and go, oh, fuck. We have to do that first before we fucking come back to this. Because this doesn't matter anymore because that's going to kill us. That's more of a big deal than this because this we could deal with later.
Humans terrifying is that they're you. They know what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are, how to best inflict pain, and perhaps worst of all, how to...
Do you guys think it's weird that people dress up as serial killers on Halloween? Not fictional ones. Not Dexter. Real serial killers. I feel like there's a mixture of takes there. And because a lot of people dress up as Jeffrey Dahmer for Halloween. And I think it's like usually looked past because it's like, oh, Jeffrey Dahmer was like a known serial killer. Also, a lot of people thought was an attractive man. So it's like most people don't care. But if you dressed up as John Wayne Gacy, that'd be a different story. You know? If you dressed up as a clown and somebody was like, oh, you're a clown fraud? No, I'm John Wayne Gacy. No, I'm John Wayne. I'm the guy that shoved people under his floorboards. You would probably be like, oh, really? You're going as John Wayne Gacy? Like, it would probably get some more questions than fucking, Ted Bundy or some shit. What about Dexter? I don't think dressing up as Dexter is bad because Dexter is a fictional person. But if you, like, flat out went as, like, Ed Gein. If you went as Texas Chainsaw Massacre, that is a fictionalized serial killer. So it's different. But if you just go as Ed Gein, that's fucking... Bro, you're dressing up as a guy that used to dig up dead bodies and peel their skin off. Like...
how to best inflict pain, and perhaps worst of all, how to build tools that do it better. Something that, despite being documented in other animals for hunting purposes, hasn't popped up in any other species. Still, to imply...
Wait, what?
Pain, and perhaps worst of all, how to build tools that do it better. Something that, despite being documented in other animals for hunting purposes, hasn't popped up in any other species. Still, to imply that the fear of angry humans only comes from violence is, in my opinion, false. Because while that's definitely part of it, violence is, at least partially, a product of something deeper.
Violence is from power. Because all humans in general seek power in some way or another. Not even in a malicious sense, but your end goal is usually to try and rise up the ranks of whatever system you want to be a part of. Whether it be your job, your club, your thing. Because competition is built in humans, and competition's end goal is power. And with power comes violence, historically, against other humans.
After I found the affective picture system, the first thing I did is start tearing through mythology. Because, I mean, what are ancient stories if not an artifact of human psychology? And what I found is that violence is quite prevalent, but every time it's mentioned, there's another theme right there with it that I think is even more important: belonging. In the Romulus and Remus story, the brotherly conflict stems from who has the right to belong as the founder of Rome. When arguing about the city walls, Romulus kills Remus, which literally marks the line between who belongs in the city and who doesn't. In the story of Cain and Abel, God accepts Abel's offer but rejects Cain's. Infuriated by this, Cain kills Abel, and for those actions is punished by being banished, or in other words, by not belonging. But while this thread is intimately tied to these stories of violence, it's also everywhere else. In medieval Europe, punishments of shame were literally designed to weaponize this mechanism. In Imperial China, punishment was enforced through the konge, a massive wooden collar that had to be worn in public. In neuroscience, social rejection active.
You have fear of rejection because part of humans are social creatures, and part of your aspirations is to be accepted by others. And if you're not accepted, you're rejected. There's like no in between. I also think that's how extremist groups spark up. Not even like in the sense of like incel or something like that, where people modernly talk about that, but like extremist groups usually form from other people that have been rejected from current groups, and then form other groups of rejected individuals that have extreme ideologies that try to pinpoint why they didn't belong in the current group that they wanted to be a part of originally.
Activates the same brain regions as physical pain, which has also been documented in primates. It's why they groom, thought to be why we blush, part of why fear is socially contagious, and of course, perfectly aligns with everything we know about evolutionary biology. All of these, at least to me,
I am loving this video,
highlight what the biggest fear of humans towards other humans actually is: the need to belong, which as a category is made up of the fear of rejection, humiliation, disapproval, and looking foolish. I mean, what other explanation could there possibly be for why people fear
public speaking over anything? Because you don't want to be embarrassed.
Public speaking of all things more than death.
Mind fears.
An interesting experience that exemplifies what level 3 is about is what I like to call place-based anxiety, which has been documented all across the world. Essentially, people, for no apparent reason, experience.
I don't think people's biggest fear is public speaking, though. Like, type 1, if your biggest fear, you would say, is public speaking. I used to be fucking so scared of public speaking. It is so weird that that's a fear. And because I remember I used to be shaking. Freshman year in high school, I would have to give a speech to like 30 people, and I would dead ass be like holding the podium, because if I wasn't holding the podium, I would be like, and I would be dreading it for weeks before. Like how fucking scary that was. And even today, I think it's gotten better because of my job. I'm effectively a public speaker, right? I'm public speaking right now. Not in a crowd, but on a camera, so it makes it easier. Like, I've said outwardly, if I had to physically speak in front of 5,000 people, I would be a hell of a lot more nervous. But internet-wise, it's less scary. I think I could do it, though. But if you had asked freshman year me to even give a speech in front of 5 people, I think I would have been mortified. Like, genuinely so scared. I just hated I was so scared of social interaction. But it wasn't that I hated being... I don't think it was that I was introverted. And I don't think a lot of people are truly introverted. Everybody is to a degree. Everybody wants to be alone to a degree. But I think a lot of introverted individuals are introverted not because they actually want to be alone. They do enjoy hanging out with friends. They do enjoy doing things. They don't enjoy areas where they have to constantly meet and interact with people they don't feel comfortable around. That's what they mean by introverted. It's not that they're not extroverted in the sense that they don't want to interact with people. It's that they don't want to interact with random people in large public settings, because that's scary. Like, if they were able to fast forward through meeting new people, they would be happy to hang out with individuals they know. It's the idea of having to force yourself to meet those people that sucks. Because you probably have friends that you remember dreading initially talking to. Like, not as you get older, it gets easier. But, like, I remember, dude, when I was younger, you know, I'm a freshman in high school. I was like, damn, I don't want to fucking go talk to these people. I was so scared of it. And then those people become your friends, and you enjoy each other's company.
It's a sun wave of dread in one specific location. Sometimes it's...
So just fucking do it, dude. It's your brain, it's your genetics telling you that shit's gonna fucking go wrong. If it doesn't work, you don't become friends with that person. Who gives a shit? If it's an awkward interaction, who gives a shit? You're never going to fucking see that person again. And if you do, they're probably more fucking worried about their own life than they are yours.
It's a room in a relative's house. Other times a hallway in an office building. Regardless.
Shit, I was like that until senior year. Bro, I was like that until like 3 years ago. Even when I started social media, I was introverted. Or awkward, at least. Even when I started streaming, bro, I felt weird. It didn't feel natural. Now I just go on stream. And I don't ever feel awkward. I get mad, if anything. Because you guys will piss me off. But it's not like, I don't know. It's not like a scare. And when I am awkward, like, there's been times where I've made really dud jokes. And it's been a cringy miss. But I find it funny rather than like, ooh, that sucks. Like the skin of a goose or pee in my bowl. For like Jinxie, like when he said, this is why we clash, like in his brain, he was probably originally going, this would be hard. And it was really lame. And his chat made fun of him. But he wasn't like, it didn't seem like he was embarrassed. He was like, oh shit. And then moved on. And now he leans into it.
Every time they step into it, a sun wave of fear hits them. What's strange is that nothing about the...
Wait, I was rambling for so long. What are we talking about now? Mysterious hum? Oh, scary places is level 3.
All across the world. Essentially, people, for no apparent reason, experience a sun wave of dread in one specific location. Sometimes it's a room in a relative's house, other times a hallway in an office building.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I get like a really eerie feeling of this one room in my grandparents' old house. It had blue walls and this clock that would just go. And there was these Raggedy Ann dolls that were just out. And they were like facing the bed. And so I would sleep. When I would sleep there, I would wake up and it would just be staring at me. It was, and like even now, bro, the thought of that room makes me uncomfortable. Like, I don't think I would be scared, but I would be like, if I had to sleep there in the way that it was when I had been there, you know, years back, I think I would be scared. I think I would actually be like somewhat disturbed.
Regardless, every time they step into it,
and they had this one firefighter Dalmatian dog that would do a dance when you would press its paw. And I remember I woke up at 3 in the morning and it was just dancing. And I was like 10. And I went like hyperventilating, like thought it was a ghost level creepy. I never pressed it, just danced. I turned it off on the bottom and fucking put it in the closet. I was so scared of it.
One wave of fear hits them. What's strange is that nothing about the place seems out of the ordinary. There's no creepy backstory, no hidden threat.
I love graveyards. I think graveyards are not scary. I think they're peaceful. They're quiet. Like a graveyard, I don't hang out at a graveyard, but I do. If I'm at a cemetery, I will look at random graves. I love reading the life of people. Their name, when they were alive. Like, dude, when I see like 1883, like I try to think about that person and like who they were. It's cool, if anything. I don't think it's like scary. Sad, yeah, but not scary.
Perfectly fine. And yet, every single time, without fail, the feeling hits out of nowhere. Most people think it comes from low-frequency sound, which our nervous system picks up on and then interprets as a threat. But this kind of fear, the kind that's not dangerous yet feels as though...
Aren't there horror movies that do that? I'm pretty sure there's horror films that have edited in low, like, you can't perceive them, but they're low frequency hums that are meant to make you, like, just on edge at all times.
Is surprisingly common. Submerged man-made objects, for example, are not something most people will encounter in their lifetime. There's also nothing inherently dangerous about them. But a rusting chain disappearing into the abyss below, so far you can't—
Oh, no, that's not even— oh, no, yeah, no. The ocean, I would say a top 3 fear is the deep ocean. Like, if you threw— it could be 2 p.m. on a sunny day in July. The water's not cold. You drive me 10 miles offshore and throw me in the water, there could be no fish around, and I'm immediately like, get me back in the boat because I don't know what's fucking under me. I don't know. Like, that is so scary. Like, when I see videos of people in, like, yachts just jumping into the middle of the ocean, you're on crack. I would have to see the bottom. I would have to see the bottom. If I can't see the bottom, I'm not even like, okay, I don't need to see the bottom, but I at least want to know that the bottom's close. And I remember I used to go to Florida, and the water's murky as hell. And we would, like, jump off a boat into the water, and it was fun as shit. But the entire time, all I'm thinking is there could dead-ass be a shark within 10 feet of me, and I have no idea. No, it's not. Every time I went, the water was murky.
Tell where it ends can
That's why I despise the Jersey Shore. The Jersey Shore water is always like, you could see 1 foot. So when you go out into the water, you're just like in the ocean and you can't see anything. And then your foot touches a horseshoe crab and the day's ruined. And then you're like, all right, I'm now on the beach for the rest of the day. I'm not going in the water anymore.
Instantly send a shiver down your spine. Same thing with buildings that are way too large, spaces that are way too tight, needles, weird patterns, and basically anything else.
I'm not afraid of needles.
There is only one reason.
I don't like looking at them, though. Maybe that is fear. I can get— if you were like— if you showed me a needle and you're like, I need to stab you with this, I'd go, okay, but I would not look. Oh, fuck, I would not look. I would go like this. Because I don't care about the feeling. It's like the pain of it. But a catheter, I don't think that scares me. I think the idea of a catheter is genuinely— I Googled a catheter and it showed me an old man's penis. Ah! I'm trying to just see the device. Catheter needle. Yeah, like this. Okay, there we go. An image without a dick in it. That. Like, bro, no. If I was— like, if I'm 70 years old, they're like, all right, that ain't going in my arm. That ain't going in my arm. Hell no. Hell no. That would be— I'd be sitting there like—
reason I can think of for why fears like this can exist, and it's called—
wait, it's a needle? Yeah.
Recursion.
Sharp, too.
So far in its evolution, we've seen how fear changed from a physical reaction to an emotional one, largely because as we grew more complex, so did our environments. As our environments grew more complex, so did the types of threats we would face. But when it comes to recursion, the ability to think about thinking, we don't even know how it evolved. Theories range from language being the origin to violence being its precursor.
I think language. I think language is the origin of introspection. Because once you're able to communicate with another person, you can communicate to yourself. And then you're able to question the I, the me, the who, the what, the where, the when. And that's where shit gets real freaky. And that is the deepest— I like that he's going to that. The deepest level of fear is definitely like a philosophical, existential fear. Like, what am I?
All the way to it stemming from how the brain processes things. Regardless, the ability to nest thoughts was possibly more impactful on us than anything ever. Because, well, it's what allows us to create. to plan, to worry about the future and imagine hypotheticals. But as great as that is, it also leaves us vulnerable to systems like fear. And once fear enters a nested loop of thinking, it doesn't need an actual threat. It becomes self-sustaining, a loop that can grow and feed inside your imagination. This is where catastrophizing comes from, where panic attacks come from, where phobias or the feeling of something being haunted comes from. But what's crazy is that it's also where the enjoyment of fear comes from, allowing us to experience fear without being in any real danger. So while being the creator of abstract fears, it also changed the nature of fear, which is—
Yeah, dude, if you don't have Yo, we're the only species that can enjoy fear because you're capable. I mean, this is like a no shit, but I've never really thought about it like that, where we're able to enjoy fear because we're consciously able to look inside and recognize that that is not actually going to hurt us. So we're able to actually pick apart the emotion of fear and look at it and enjoy it versus it always being an imminent threat. And like children can't do that. I'm not talking about kids that are like 10. I'm talking about like 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds. Like any level of fear is death fear, or any other animal, any level of fear is death fear.
important.
All right, I'll see you later, Chunky.
Because it means fear is getting stronger, and it's getting stronger.
Would you like to have the ability to never feel fear again? No. I think feeling fear makes you feel alive. If you were unable to be afraid of anything, it would be freeing momentarily, and then I think it would lead to like depression pretty quickly. Like having no fear would be like almost no feeling, because you wouldn't have that duality anymore. You would still be able to like feel excited and happy, but I think eventually nothing would excite you because you're not afraid of, like, I don't know. An example would be like roller coasters. You're not afraid of roller coasters. Well, you might be. I'm not afraid of roller coasters, but I enjoy roller coasters. I'm not scared when I get on them. I just have fun. But if I didn't feel fear, I don't think I would ever have adrenaline. And so any thrill activity would suck. Like, they would be boring. Any activity, like, do you think you would still have adrenaline? Like, do you ever get adrenaline playing a video game? Like a really close overtime Marvel Rivals match or Valorant or something. Like, do you think that would dissipate? If you didn't feel fear, do you think you would still feel adrenaline? Maybe? I don't know. Not as strong. You would maybe feel it, but not in the way, because isn't adrenaline just directly rooted from fear?
Because it doesn't need you.
Because I'm pretty sure adrenaline is just from fear. Like, that is the only reason it exists in your body. Is like a fight or flight response. You would never have a fight or flight response. If you don't have fear, you don't have fight or flight. You don't have adrenaline. You don't have excitement. You have nothing. Erickson for the 3. Is that why that fucking rock climber makes himself do that shit so he feels something? My God. Because he doesn't have the regular fear response that regular people do. So he does extreme things to feel like regular ass emotions. Holy shit. Like cave diving? Yeah. That wouldn't even excite you. Cappy and Revaid for the sub. Quest, thank you for the raid. Flatums, thank you for the 2,000 biddies. 2 Rare Society on top. Rex and Skern for the sub. Misery for the sub. Churn, thank you for the 10 gifteds. Thank them if you get a sub. Thank you for the 10 gifteds. Lowe's for the 3. Thank you for helping me through this year. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help. Hope you're all right. Hansel, Mr. Crab, Naz, Prezi, Galax, Swamp, Hades, and Levi for the sub. Luen for the 3. I'd have quit. If you had to quit one for the rest of the year, what would it be? Alcohol, caffeine, nicotine, or weed? Nicotine. I don't do nicotine. I'll do a Zyn like 10 times a year. So nicotine easily. I'll do between alcohol, caffeine, and weed, alcohol. I use caffeine almost every day. Like right at the start of stream, when you see me do that shot, it's like a ketone caffeine drink. Grouch and So for the sub, and I just love weed. What do you think about how humans found out about bacteria, virus, and sicknesses? Like, obviously, people didn't realize they were good. when they did realize they were attacking something from within, I feel like early humans would see them as like an illness or curse, something from higher being they believed in. I mean, yeah, a lot of the time they did perceive shit like that prior to. And then it kind of just changed your full knowledge about everything. Once you understood like microbiology. Flat for the 5. Can you shout out Salty, Zoro, T-Cow for the sub, Overflow for the 5, Didn't Yawn Because You Yawn, Legion of Light for the sub, Pookie for the sub, Flatline for the 5. Love for the 3. I regularly skydive, terrified every time I see you flying up 13k feet in the air, and that's where the fun is because of the adrenaline. Scar for the sub.
Society!
Up until this point, we focused on how fear shaped us, which was necessary because for most of human history, it was shaping us. But the thing about humans is, we can influence things too, and when we do, that new version can influence us back. This is the essence of memetics, and fear is no exception. So when humans started creating things, we started influencing fear, shaping it in the ways that were most beneficial to
Jay-Z for the 3. Blue Jays or Dodgers, literally don't care. I don't watch baseball.
us. However, in
What one's Shohei Ohtani on? Dodgers? That one. What's it called? What's it called when you, like, just dick ride the best team? I'll be, what is it called? Bandwagoner. Yeah, I'll be a bandwagoner for the Dodgers because Shohei Ohtani's on it.
doing so, we also made fear self-replicating, something that doesn't need people, can spread between them, and can last generations. As far as I know, 2 reoccurring narratives capture this perfectly: the endless quest and the temptation of forbidden knowledge. In the first one, stories like Sisyphus or the Flying Dutchman are essentially fears about unavoidable situations. In them, a defined individual cheats fate, gets punished, and then ends up suffering eternally. The original fear that inspired this theme was probably some form of helplessness, but after changing through generations of countless retellings, it spread into other areas, shaping morality, how we understand things, persevere, and so much more. In the second pattern,
I mean, that is a full telling of anthropology and how societies throughout time build and create their own myths and realities to explain the things that are unexplainable in their day and time.
It's like Pandora's box or the tale of the bamboo cutter likely stems from a fear of what isn't immediately visible, rooted in our fear of darkness. In them, there's something forbidden, curiosity tempts someone into interacting with it, and their interaction triggers consequences. Over generations, we turn that fear, the fear rooted in darkness, into a fear of human progress, which even now continues to grow, shape, and be shaped by us. So to answer the question, fear is getting stronger, and it will always get stronger, because as we change, it does too. Thanks for watching.
I really do want to look at that graph real quick again. 1 to 4, you have like no level of fear. Why do you think it peaks at 40 to 44? Because you're afraid your kids are going to die? Or is it like a midlife crisis type thing? It basically heightens out fully in like high school. I kind of... I feel like that's got to be wrong. I was scared of everything when I was 10. Does anybody else relate to that? I feel like maybe the reason that it scales is because when you're 10, you're afraid of like level 1, level 2 things. But when you're like 40, you're afraid of everything. Like every type of fear. Like you don't really have like full-blown anxiety when you're 10, but that really kicks in when you're like, 15 to 24. You're like in the midst of being like, oh my God, everything is piling on top of me. I don't know what I need to do. What's my purpose? Okay. Next video. We're going to cut one of these because I still want to watch the Papa Meat video no matter what, because I feel like this is a really interesting video topic. So which one do we want to watch? Impossible to debunk UFO events or why Gen Z gave up on kids? Let's do a poll. Mods, can we do a poll between UFO and Gen Z? I got to piss real quick, and then we're going to hop into the video. Count me down, 30 seconds, chat. Damn, no way I took 2 minutes. Jinx for the 3. UFO video, word. We'll save the Tommy video for another day. Probably Sunday. All right. Next video, chat. The impossible to debunk UFO events.
Let's start with the ones that are incredibly difficult to debunk and work our way towards the ones that are impossible. Number 5, the Tic Tac UFO. In April of 2020, the US government released these videos showing a pill-shaped UAP speeding above the ocean near San Diego, California. Not only was this criminal breaking the law by speeding, they were also flying completely recklessly. It went
Okay, well, before we even fucking get into this, we have to recognize that UFO doesn't mean alien. It just means unidentified flying object. Could be actually anything.
From
I've seen this video. I feel like this is the most known video, too, where it's just a black and white image of something just darting across the sky. I'm not saying it misread anything. It is obviously a real video, but it's not definitively an alien. And this is coming from somebody that believes in aliens. I believe aliens exist. I don't know if this is a video of an alien, though. Extra N for the sub, Jay-Z for the 3. When are you going to be live tomorrow? 1 p.m. EST. Tomorrow, 1 EST, I'm doing random games. We're going to be doing two or three horror games into a Marvel Rival sponsor for the new season, or the new update. Sunday, I'm going to be live at 1 doing reacts to the Milkshake Dance. Monday, I'm going to be doing probably other random games like Geometry Dash, fucking Level Devil, maybe a horror game into Waltz with the Wizard sponsor. Tuesday, I'm doing games with the guys. RV There Yet, Misery, and a bunch of other shit. Wednesday's horror games. Thursday next week is the BCRF charity stream, breast cancer charity stream. We're going to be doing scary reacts, some regular reacts, maybe a scary game, and it's going to be our Halloween video or Halloween stream because I'll be dressing up. Friday that next week, I'm not live for Halloween Day. Then next Saturday, reacts and games will go from there. Then we're going to be basically on a regular schedule all the way until January. SMP starts December 1st, November 7th merch drop, November 8th next charity stream after breast cancer. It'll be a group charity stream lock-in.
Speeds to a complete stop, hovered in place, then instantly accelerated faster than any known jet in existence, dropping from 80,000 feet to sea level within a second. As you can tell, the quality is absolutely terrible.
80,000 feet to 0 in a second. You guys think that's an alien? I don't know. Part of me is like, could this machinery have fucked up in some way? But multiple people are saying that they read this on different machines. But, like, what the fuck is it? Like, I don't know. Part of me thinks that if it is a UFO, it's not actually an alien in a flying saucer moving around. It's like, I think if/when we interact with aliens, like hyper, like, intelligent aliens, I think it'll just be like a robot. You know what I mean? Like a drone. Because that makes a hell of a lot more sense than the alien itself being in the ship.
Terrible, but don't worry.
How do you believe in aliens but not ghosts? In the least disrespectful way, I feel like that's a stupid question. How do I believe in aliens but not ghosts? Ghosts are supernatural, speculative, spiritual beings, whereas aliens would be biological, evolutionary organisms that are akin to us in just a different planet on a different timeline. Like, what ghosts take more of a jump than aliens? It's technically more likely, by what we know, that aliens exist than ghosts. By far. Explain the paranormal, then? Human failure to recognize... What do you mean, explain the paranormal? It's not real. I'm not definitively saying ghosts don't exist or the paranormal isn't real, but that's the response. Explain paranormal. The paranormal isn't paranormal. It's something else every time that somebody believes is this. And then the counter response is, really, every single ghost in her... Yes. We just watched a video on fear and how your brain makes up shit biologically in the dark, which is every time where paranormal shit happens, why do ghosts why do ghosts 99% of the time only come out at night when it's dark out in places that already look scary? I'm not saying ghosts don't exist. I'm saying aliens definitely do. Now, I'm not saying hyper-intelligent aliens, but the shit that creates life in the universe is common as fuck. Amino acids, like all these things that create DNA chains. Yes, that takes millions, billions of years to create, and there has to be the exact right, Goldilocks zone on a planet and things for all these, materials to collide and create life. But single-celled organisms are not rare. Multicellular organisms are. Hyper-intelligent organisms are even more rare. I'm not saying aliens. I'm saying aliens in the effect of like bacteria definitely exist on other planets. Ghosts, on the other hand, I don't know. And part of the reason I don't believe in that is because when I think I die, it's just lights out. So I would have to believe in something either spiritual or religious to believe in ghosts. And I don't. Boy for the sub, YV for the 3, Ivan for the 1,000 buddies. Love your streams. Been a bunch for 3 years. About to go to the gym. Give me your favorite chest workout. Flies. Shout out for the sub, YH for the 500 buddies. Taking my first ever philosophy class in college right now. Struggling. It's more abstract than other classes I've taken. Do you have any advice how to study or approach the class? Read the content and then just ask 85 million questions in class. That's the entire purpose of the classes themselves. Is just talking about the readings. Extra round for the sub, JZ for the 3. Boy for the sub. But yeah, that's why. Living Dead. Let me actually read your other chats. I don't know if you responded. How do you believe in aliens but not ghosts? Oh, you just typed it twice. But that's why. I'm not saying, like, ghosts don't exist. I'm saying I don't think they do. Else for the 3. Would you consider doing a collab with Sam and Colby? Maybe. Boy for the sub. I doubt they would want to collab with me, though. Twice? That's spamming Bantam? Well, no, I'm not going to time them out for typing it twice, but...
My $600 computer and my state-of-the-art...
What did that say? What are your thoughts on religious people, Joe? Talked about that a million times. I respect any religion. I'm as right as you on our thoughts of whether or not God, the universe, anything was created in what way or not. Because faith is the strong belief in God or the doctrines of a religion based on spiritual apprehension rather than proof. Which is basically saying that it's objectively subjective. Which that one guy really got mad at me that I said, because that's combating things, but you have to look at what I mean by that. Religion is an objective truth to an individual, but subjective to a majority. What you believe religiously is 100% true for you as what I believe for me, right? They're both subjective, and that's subjectivity in general. It's an opinion, but it's a very, 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 very strong opinion. And so that's why I say objective subjectivity. But I still respect any religion. I just don't believe in said religion. I have said some choice words about Scientology, but I also think that's a cult that fiends money out of people for manipulative reasons. So that's my own take on that. I actually did have a Scientology viewer that emailed me a very angry email when I said that too. So I still respect your beliefs, but I really do prompt you to look into the origin of your belief set, and why they kind of shield a lot of things with money walls. YH for the sub.
Our technology. I will be converting this terrible video into 4K resolution for the first time in history. Don't thank me. It's the least I could do. Now, the reason why this UAP sighting can't be debunked is simply because there isn't any known craft that can perform these maneuvers. But it gets even crazier.
Okay, it can't be debunked in that it's something else. It isn't a UFO. It's not a plane, right?
The craft didn't release any heat while flying, which would be expected from any conventional propulsion system. Then, of course, the obvious. Its shape. The craft didn't have wings, rotors, exhaust, and clearly no aesthetics. Yuck. The US government has confirmed that it has no explanation for what the craft is, how it moves, or where it comes from. So you're probably thinking, how can this sighting sit at the top of the list when there's actual video proof? Well, after years of being lied to, it's hard to believe anything the government tells us. It's not my fault that I ended up this way. it's theirs. Number 4, the Washington Flap. In July of 1952, Washington National Airport and Andrews Air Force Base detected fast-moving objects in the sky performing impossible maneuvers. The operators moved in to investigate. What they saw left them in shambles. The flying objects were seen hovering in place and instantly darting off in random directions. They made quick turns, sudden stops, vanished and reappeared unpredictably. But get this, the U.S.
I saw that shit in the sky when I was drunk one time. I like laid on the asphalt and stared at the sky, and there was this like really fucking bright light that would just dart around. And did I see an alien? I don't know. I remember actively though, I was with my friend, and I said, if you're an alien, come closer. And the light got like 5 times brighter. And that, I don't know if it was like a psychosis of like, we both saw the same thing, but both of us actively recoiled because it was like instantaneous. I was like, if this is an alien, get brighter, or like come closer, and it got so bright and then just disappeared. It was so weird. And I can't explain it. That, and then the only ghost story I can't explain is the one at the Airbnb, where I heard something jumping on the bed and there was like pitter patter and wine in the sink, and I didn't have wine at the air. It was really weird. That, if anything, that was a ghost. But just because I can't explain it doesn't mean it was a ghost. Is more what I'm saying. Similar to the UFO shit. And I don't care if somebody's like, this is my ghost story. You don't believe in ghosts. What about all these stories? Fuck your story. It's your account. It's like I can't hedge my entire opinion on whether or not supernatural beings exist off of a fucking story somebody told me when they were 8 about how they saw a fucking old man staring at them when they were asleep. You had sleep paralysis. That's like the thing. It's like I can't, and it doesn't matter how many stories there are. It's like I haven't experienced that. So I can't fucking say I believe that. Yeah, it's all hearsay. It's all secondhand accounts. I'm not going to do that.
UAPs weren't just flying in random locations in the sky. They were flying directly over restricted airspace, directly over the White House and the surrounding Capitol buildings. This was a clear message. So naturally, the US sent fighter jets to confront the mysterious crafts. But they were easily outmaneuvered, disappearing when they approached and reappearing when the jets flew past them. Obviously, the UAPs knew they could never win in a fair head-to-head matchup. But here's where things get interesting. A Coast Guard officer managed to photograph these mysterious crafts. To this day, this photograph has never been debunked and remains unresolved.
It is weird. It is weird.
Been debunked. And
is it a UFO? Yeah. Is it an alien? I don't know.
Remains unresolved. The scariest part of all this is that these objects didn't just show up for one night. They flew over Washington, D.C. for 4 nights and were seen by thousands of people. In the coming days, countless newspapers printed thousands of articles exposing the event to the rest of the country. And as you can imagine,
this is 1952. When was Area 51 and like the B-52 bomber and all those created? Because that's why a lot of people thought they saw UFOs around Area 51, is because all those planes look drastically different from the planes we know and knew about prior to. And so when you look at it, it looks like a UFO.
The general public didn't take the
Somebody redeemed headset that. Bother Jack and YH for the sub.
news well. It triggered a mass wave of fear, panic, and public anxiety. With public pressure growing, the CIA was forced to release a statement. The UFOs were an illusion produced by temperature inversion. As anxiety resumed, the government pivoted and simply reassured the public that the sightings were not hostile and did not represent a threat. Finally, an explanation they could understand. On the heels of that good news, people moved on, releasing countless books and films to profit from the event. Number 3, the Phoenix Lights. On March 13th,
That's just a B-52 bomber, bro. Like, word for word, that just looks... I know that's the lights. We're going to get into the lights. I haven't even heard the story yet. That just looks like a fucking bomber. That looks like a plane.
Lights. On March 13th, 1997, up to 20,000 people across Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico saw something in the sky that night that forever changed their lives.
When?
1997, up to 20,000 people across Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico saw something in the sky that night that forever changed their lives. Around 7:30 p.m., a large V-shaped craft appeared flying overhead at low altitude. It had 5 to 7 bright round lights along its base and flew
It's B-52, not B-2. I said B-52.
completely silent. Witnesses claimed the craft was enormous, spanning around a mile in length. Some even described that it felt like a
Oh, it's B-2.
floating city was flying overhead.
Sorry.
For perspective, the largest known craft today has a wingspan of around 385 feet, or 117 meters, which means this craft would have been around 14 times larger than the largest craft on Earth. Later, while speaking to the news, some even claimed that the craft flew so low that night that they could have hit it with—
They interview the worst people, though, bro. They interview the worst people whenever it's UFO shit. So what'd you see? Oh, well, actually, I saw a UFO when I came outside of the 7-Eleven, and it was just signing. It was over the, it was over the mountains right over there. It was like big bright light. Fucking dude, like I looked at people that I've never seen before in my entire life. I'm like, you fucking just interview like a rant. Like, who are we pulling off the side of the street to fucking get an interview here of what they saw?
The ball, which we can all agree is a weird time to show off. The craft flew from Nevada and into Mexico before it disappeared into the sky around 10 p.m. After the event, many Air Force pilots, including the governor of Arizona—
I live near an air base, and I see a B-2 at night. Looks like something an alien at night. Even when you know what it is, bro. That's the shit with like Starlink. A lot of people do that. I think it's less now because most people know about it. But there was like a long time where people were like tweeting out like, "Damn, I just saw aliens." It was just Starlink satellites.
Came out and said that they had never seen or heard of any aircraft like the one they saw on that night. Despite tremendous pressure, the U.S.
Why are most UFO sightings in the USA? No, there's more UFO sightings that people hear and talk about. You just hear about the ones in the USA.
Government never issued an official statement about what flew through the sky that night. To this day, the event remains one of the greatest UAP mysteries in history. Number 2, the Belgian UFO wave. Typically, when UFO or UAP sightings occur, it's usually followed by intense cover-ups, threats, and misinformation. You just have to take a look at the Roswell incident, the Westall UFO encounter, the Hudson Valley UFO wave, and the US CSS Nostromo incident to see this pattern.
There was big like government cover-ups of those UFO sightings. Really?
But the Belgian UFO wave is one of the most interesting UFO encounters in history for a very unique reason. You see, the Belgian government was the first in history to be completely transparent, working hand in hand with citizens in an attempt to uncover the truth. From 1989 through 1990, there were over 13,500 reported UFO sightings across the country, with thousands of those leads.
I'm surprised in 1989. Do you think the U.S. went over there? I truly believe that if there was like on the news a country that just said outwardly, like say a random something not in NATO. What's like a country not in NATO where a UFO would land that would like outwardly broadcast that? Sweden? Yes. Is Sweden in? Sweden's not in NATO. Sweden's been a member of NATO for the last like year. Okay, say a country not in NATO, because they would just tell everybody in NATO first. But say a country not in NATO, like, outwardly went on their news, and they were like, here's a UFO, and put, like, images of it. You know that second from a fucking aircraft carrier or warehouse somewhere in the middle of nowhere, there is a jet plane flying right to that area to go check that shit out from the United States. Like, I'm telling you, the U.S. government would immediately be like, yeah, we're going to intrude on this. We're gonna stick our foot in this door real quick. No question. Like, not, if they wouldn't even ask, they would just be like, yeah, we're just going to go. I think so many countries would. I think Russia would. I think China would. I think so many countries. If there was like a confirmed UFO that some country was reporting on, immediately, bro, every fucking major power in the world would be like, I'm going there right now.
being officially documented by the Belgian government. Information that was gathered was quickly shared with the general public in hopes of finding out who or what exactly was flying over the restricted airspace. Obviously, there are way too many UFO sightings to cover here, so I'll just talk about their largest and most famous sighting, the Eupen sighting. On November 29th, 1989, around 5:30 p.m., 2 Belgian police officers were on patrol on the outskirts of Eupen when out of nowhere, a giant triangle craft appeared in the sky flying overhead at low altitude. The craft had bright circular lights underneath each corner, with a red light in the center, and it flew completely silently. The 2 officers followed the craft as it slowly worked its way into town. Once it arrived, it hovered above Eupen for about 45 minutes before it once again began to move. It slowly flew towards a nearby remote lake, where it hovered in place for around an hour before disappearing past the forest and
nobody shot at that shit one time. If that shit was in Texas, bro, I'd say give it 5 minutes. Somebody pulls out a fucking rifle and tries to shoot that shit down. Like, nobody... Yeah, somebody tries to shoot that shit down. It's not in America, bro. The cops. You tell me nobody has a gun. They're like, yeah, I'm not going to fucking shoot it. I would shoot at that. I'd throw a rock at it. See what the fuck's up. I throw a rock at it. It instantly pulverizes me to like fucking burnt ash. It's just like, I'm like mid-wind back. The rock's not even out of my hand yet. Just instantly, I just get zapped into, I don't even exist. I just vaporized. Missed
to the horizon. But here's where things get even creepier. Back in town, a second similar craft appeared, seemingly following the same path as the first, before vanishing past the forest as well. Sightings like this one were not rare and occurred hundreds,
bro, I wish I saw that shit,
if not thousands of times within the span of a year. But towards the end of 1990, the sightings began to slow significantly. The conclusion the government reached after thousands of reports and hundreds of investigations was that whatever these crafts were, they were unlike anything known to exist. To this day, the government still wants answers about what exactly they all saw. Number 1, the aerial school encounter. This is easily one of the most interesting, scary, and most bizarre encounters I've ever read about. On September 16th, 1994, in Rua, Zimbabwe, around 250 children were outside playing.
Why are there like all of these in the 90s? Why is every single one of these in the 90s? That does make sense that they would be around the same time, like an alien passing by, but still. Iron for the 1,000 biddies. Do you believe in aliens? And if, yeah, we were just talking about that. Do you think we ever actually met any? We were just talking about that. You got to rewind to the VOD, bro. Stovey for the sub, Ols for the 1,000 biddies. First saw you on TikTok years ago, watching your videos for a month. I want to say love your streams and videos. Have a good night and weekend. Thank you. JDL Schlong for the sub. Hollywood Adam Glastick, Bronze, Ganto Crew, Ben, Bother, Jack, Y for the sub, L for the 3.
During morning recess, while the adults were...
Why does nobody take any photos of these? That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson and a bunch of other people say that, like, are prominent astrophysicists. They'll go, it's the 21st century. Why is nobody taking out their fucking phone that can film in 4K and record it?
Inside having a faculty meeting. Little did anyone know that on that day, these children's lives would never be the same. Multiple silver crafts instantly appeared in the sky right above them. For a few moments, the crafts faded and reappeared in different locations before descending into a nearby field beyond the playground. As many of the children ran into the school in complete fear, others decided to walk towards the landing site as it was just beyond the school grounds. As they arrived, many of the children were instantly traumatized by what they saw. Laying in the field was an oval flying saucer that was about the size of a small bus. But that wasn't all. Standing next to and on top of the craft were 2 gray aliens around 3 feet tall, with large black eyes and small mouths. Both were wearing skin-tight black suits. The one on top of the ship was walking around as if it were inspecting the craft, while the other was standing beside it, staring directly at the children. This is when the alien on the floor began to slowly approach them, before disappearing and returning back.
Bro, I can't believe. Is it possible? Yes. But the idea that an alien from another solar system or galaxy would even within our own galaxy outside of it, would be a bipedal creature with 2 arms, 2 eyes, and functionally look the same. Yeah, it's 3 feet tall with big black eyes. It's walking on 2 feet. Get the fuck out of here. It evolved in the same exact way we did. Like, you know how random our evolution was? Like, it's not, no.
To its starting position.
Yeah, breathing oxygen, you know, carbon-based life, that's not insane.
It did this multiple times. Some children described it as if time itself was repeating, bending, or standing still. This is when many of the children received the exact same message telepathically. The aliens seemed frustrated, warning them that humans were the ones to blame for destroying the planet. Some of the children received the message with visions of the planet being destroyed, while others just felt an overwhelming sadness and a sense of urgency over the well-being of the planet. A few moments later, the aliens and the aircraft instantly vanished. Meanwhile, the children who had stormed into the school were still attempting to convince the adults of what had happened. Of course, they all believed the kids were playing a prank.
Oh, only children saw this. No adults saw, only children on a playground saw this. There weren't any other adults outside.
But once the rest of the kids arrived, it was obvious that whatever they saw left them traumatized, shaken, and in shock. Seeing this, the principal instructed all of the kids to draw what they saw. These are those drawings.
Bro, my God. We need a fucking Leonardo da Vinci in this class, bro. Come on. What the hell is that? That's just a flying saucer.
These are those drawings.
Amy Horn, I saw an oval shape. It was silver. The reason I don't believe this is because the idea of a UFO and the flying saucer is actually like misinformation of a misreading of an account from a pilot from like 40 years ago. So flying saucers aren't actual depictions of UFOs. It's literally a misinformation that was spread over time. Like, I gotta look this up. How was the UFO created? Kenneth Arnold described seeing strange, fast-moving objects later in the event's 1947 Roswell incident. He said they moved like saucers if you skip them across the water. He didn't say they were flying saucers. He said they skipped like a saucer would. I gotta Google this. Did Kenneth Arnold say flying saucers? He didn't say they were shaped like saucers. He said they moved like a saucer, and the description was misinterpreted to coin the term flying saucer. He later said the objects may have been saucer or pie-shaped, but his description was actually about their motion. So now they're all seeing gray flying saucers, bro. Like, I don't know. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. That shit's fake. I don't care if all the kids drew the same thing, bro. That's what they saw. That's what they saw. That is like a corny ass depiction of an alien. Bro, I would be more agreeable that those aren't alien. Like, if this were real, I would be more agreeable that these are like hyper-evolved late-stage humans than aliens. Like, these are humans from 80,000 years, 100,000, a million years from now, where they've evolved so differently and they came back in time, and that's who we're speaking to. More so than these are aliens themselves. Okay, whoever, this kid needs to get an F in art class, because that is just a person.
Obviously, this is the only drawing that can't be trusted. As you can tell, the majority of the drawings are strikingly similar, while those who approached the landing site drew the same two aliens and ship. Keep in mind that many of the children were in different classes, as their ages ranged from 6 to 12 years old. After the incident, many of the students took weeks off from school to recover from what they had witnessed that day. Some never returned. To this day, over 30 years later, all of those children, now adults, still stand by their statements and what they—
Really? See, now that's more telling. That now that they're 35, they're still like, nah, I saw that shit.
witnessed that day. Not a single one of them has ever came out and said that this was a hoax or an elaborate prank of any kind.
Really? No, that's weird. None of them. Not one of them was like, this shit's fake. There was a gas leak? I don't know, bro. That's just so... Like, whenever they're like, yeah, I saw aliens, it was this flying saucer, and they were a gray alien and looked like E.T. I just can't believe that. Pug for the 3. If you search Lockheed Martin multiple kill vehicle old, there's a 40-second video of a test flight, most likely the Tic Tac. Brass for the 1,000, but it's actually kind of scary when it comes to life itself. The very fact that we came into existence by sheer luck, then we have no idea that we're alone in the universe or something is watching us. Yeah. Dash for the sub, Jowl for the 4, Nick for the 3. How all aliens in some saucer-shaped spacecraft. Juan for the sub, Brass for the 5, Gifted Iron for the 3. I meant to say, why haven't we officially met any? It's just conspiracy theories or supposed alien sightings. Well, people like David Grush would say that we have met aliens and that we have recovered alien craft and that the government's hiding that from you. Oh, and Sander for the sub, Achieve for the sub. There's like podcasts on that. YH and Sonic for the sub. Sonic for the, or Iron for the 1,000, but he's already read that. Pug for the 3. I'm not watching that video right now, man. I'm sorry. All right. Chat. Next video. Failed end of the world predictions. Papa Meat.
I don't want to set the world.
The recent one on TikTok. What do you think those people are doing now? If you don't know about that, there was a lot of people on TikTok recently that were selling their homes and cars and giving away all their items, putting their kids up for adoption. Not a lot. It was probably like 100 people. But there were people that definitively tried to get like rid of all their goods for the rapture. Because they believed that the world was ending and the devil or demons were going to take over Earth and they were going to be sucked into heaven. And there were like rapture tip videos on how you should stand outside so you don't get stuck on your ceiling, which I thought was kind of stupid because if you were getting raptured, you would think that God would just be able to morph you through the wall. But a lot of people were seemingly worried that there would be something blocking their headspace and they would be kind of stuck to the ceiling like you're in one of those UFO carnival rides. And God would be trying to rapture you, but he would give up because your drywall was blocking you.
Welcome back to the Papa Beat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in sundown because today we're gonna...
Yeah, roofs are rapture proof.
Talk about end of the world predictions. Throughout time, there has always been the prevalent belief that we are living in the end times, right? We are always living in the end times, whether it's natural disasters, nationwide pandemics, or something based on religious scripture. It's always a looming fear that hangs upon many people's heads. People have predicted when the world will...
I do kind of wish... Whoa. I do kind of wish that, sorry, that, I lost my train of thought there. There was a lot of, okay. Anyways, I kind of wish that I was around, well, I was around, but not 10. I was 10 years old during the 2012 apocalypse. Anybody remember that? Like, I didn't hear about that shit until way later. I kind of wish that I was able to experience in my current conscious form the mass hysteria that was the 2012 apocalypse, where a lot of people full believed that the world was going to end in 2012.
Meet its end even as far back as the first millennium. These predictions often resulted in a mass hysteria, with believers going to great lengths to prepare themselves physically and emotionally for their fine.
I love Doomsday Preppers, though. That show's awesome. My favorite part is the first 5-second intro. My name's Dale, and I'm getting ready for a fucking sun flare. There's a lot of realistic ones like that. And then it'll be like, my name's... I don't know why I'm always doing like a brutish Southern male. But my name's John, and I'm getting ready for the zombie apocalypse. Okay, pal. He himself is also working on the rabies offshoot that he wants to unleash to the public because he wants the zombie apocalypse to happen a little too much.
Day. The most recent iteration of this endlessly recurring phenomenon can be found on TikTok, taking shape in a specific community known as Christian Talk.
A very small subsection of Christian Talk, though. Like the majority of it was like 99.9% of Christians on Christian Talk were like, guys, the rapture's not happening tomorrow. Guys, this is a little unreal.
The only God, the white Christian God. Jesus, blonde hair, blonde mullet, blue eyes, flip-flops, and a Dale Earnhardt tattoo. The Intimidator. Recently, there has been a ton of Christians on TikTok freaking out about the rapture that was set to take place on September 23rd and 24th. That was rapture talk grew as...
Bro, what I hate about this is, say at some point, it's in our lives, we have like, what was that movie with the meteor with Leonardo DiCaprio? And the meteor was going to hit Earth, and like nobody believed it initially. It will straight up be Don't Look Up. If we have a Don't Look Up scenario where like a meteor is hauling towards Earth and we're all going to die, I will be so viscerally upset. Number one, that Earth's going to explode. But more so, the amount of people that would be like, this is it. This is the sitting there acting like they got that shit right. Like every time there's some drama shit, bro, somebody being like, yeah, I could have predicted this from the start. I've been saying this the whole time. Yeah, there would be a few dickheads that would be like, I actually knew the meteor was going to hit. This was God's plan for me all along. He told me when I was 12. Okay.
The movement spread and became more popular. Thousands of people were posting about how they fully believed.
Oh no, get ready, the king is coming, so excited. 9/23/24. Also, aren't you not supposed to know if you're going to heaven or hell? Like, isn't that saying if you're like, yeah, I'm getting raptured. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting raptured. You're not. Get ready, because this is going to be really exciting. Like, that's kind of like narcissistic that you're outwardly saying that you're definitively getting raptured because you're such a good boy. Like, yes, you believe in God, but even accepting Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you should always be like on edge. Based on how I've learned about Christianity my entire life, is that like nobody's ever 100% safe. Unless you're literally declared a saint in the Catholic Church long after you die.
That the end times were coming. Some were overjoyed, while others were stricken with intense grief. Oh God, we're gonna die. It's a bummer. This all began when South African pastor Joshua Mikela claimed to have...
Wrong? Really? How? How are you... You're supposed to know definitively that you're going to heaven? There should always be some level of unease. No? Correct me if I'm wrong, genuinely.
A vision of Jesus telling him of his return to earth. According to Josh, he saw Jesus on a throne telling him, I am coming soon.
I am coming soon.
Jesus then told him dates of his arrival, which were 2 weeks out.
Bro doing a podcast with a bare brick in the motherfucking back telling me that the rapture's coming on October 20, or not October, September.
From his vision. A clip of an interview with Josh talking about his vision blew up and started the whole craze. But no one could have predicted the mass hysteria that would follow. It was pretty shocking. Right out of the gate, people began to post videos of themselves preparing their houses for the people left behind.
If you're seeing this and you're still here, I'm so sorry that you didn't make it. At least you're here getting to do all the sins that you wanted to do. And
the guy that bought her car for $1 the day after the rapture when she comes back asking for it back. The guy that's actively in a fucking U-Haul moving into her house when she walks back to her house. Ah, sorry.
be naughty with your fellow sinners. I don't know. Maybe you can make the best out of it. But yeah, goodbye.
Bro, like, what are those people doing right now? Like, I want to know so bad. They're out. Do you think they just moved? Like, do you think they've moved past that? Have to have. But there's no way. Like, there's no way your entire being believes that the world's going to end, and then a month later, you're not in shambles. Like, I feel like you would be distraught for like a year if you fully felt that the world was definitively going to end.
Yeah, if anybody's here after the...
But they're like, it's not, honestly, it's not even like they've been misled. It's like a level of like mental instability, bro. Like that's... Like it's not like, oh, you're just like hyper religious. No, it's like you're like falling for a podcast clip of a fucking pastor saying that he saw a vision the world's gonna end.
Rapture, because my ass is going up. I got a jacuzzi back there. Feel free to use it, bozo. One woman stocked up on candles and Bibles, as well as leaving behind laminated note cards of script.
Why are you stocking up on Bibles? The world's ending. You're getting sucked into the sky in a blue beam of light. What the fuck?
Bibles.
Oh, is she handing these out to people? Jesus loves you. If this woman handed me a fucking Bible that said Jesus loved you, and then I didn't get raptured, and earth was set on blaze, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, what the fuck is this doing for me? I'm dead.
As well as leaving behind laminated note.
What did that say? It's not you?
As well as leaving behind laminated note.
It's not too late. I gotta read that.
And laminated.
It's not too late to take this Bible, find other believers. Be careful who you trust. Do not take the mark in hand or forehead. Huh?
Note cards of scripture.
Where did everybody go? Many people vanished because they believe in Jesus Christ, Son of God. And in something, take them to heaven. This is God to save those who trust him.
For the sinners who she believed would enter
Oh my God, this
home.
is like so reminding me of when I left the gym one day and some dude shoved a fucking card in my door and I read it in my car and he was claiming to be Jesus Christ in the flesh and he was asking for like help in his search to create his own new like subsect of... I've told you guys this story. This was like a year and a half ago. Maybe 2 years ago, I left the gym and there was a dude that shoved like a pamphlet in my fucking car door. And I read it and he literally was claiming to be the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. Like he was, I wish I kept it. I threw it out and it was like full blown religious psychosis. It was the craziest thing I've ever read from like a random guy.
Probably fornicate with each other, because what else are they going to do with hell on earth?
It's true. No rules.
Did you get an autograph? No, I didn't see the dude. It was just in my door.
Like Jesus said, I am going to come in 2 weeks, and I'm going to take all of the sinners and leave them.
Do you think he meant the other come?
Yeah, what if that was the thing? What if Joshua was right, and he was like, hey, by the way, Joshua, I'm going to come in 2 weeks. I cannot wait for that day.
Jesus, what?
Whoa! Other believers began quitting their jobs, selling their cars, and rumors spread that some people were even selling their homes. According to one user online, her psychiatrist permanently closed her practice because she fully believed that the rapture was coming. A psychiatrist. She completely abandoned her patients and began posting TikToks about her excitement for...
I think you probably shouldn't be going to that psychiatrist to begin with, but I think that's honestly a good thing. I think if you have a psychiatrist and she shuts down her business because she fully believes the rapture is coming, I think, honestly, you've probably done yourself a solid to find another psychiatrist.
The end times. Her patients were left in disbelief and shared her videos showing how insane she looked for abandoning her decade-long practice and for posting about TikTok.
Thank you, Rapture Talk, for making me get rid of everything they own for free and not care. Why does she have 9 fucking cameras from like 2003?
Online.
My God, why do you have so many cameras?
Wow.
Well, that's the thing. If it's just going to happen, you got a 2-week heads up. Take a 2 weeks vacation. See if it,
No. I'm closing it down. It's the principal, Nick. Because she's like, it doesn't matter. We're free. She's letting them know, too. She's making a statement, right? She's standing behind. She's staying on business.
Listen, you should yourself.
You should go on the tallest building. You should yourself. Jump off it, no fly. Big splat on ground. Hey, we just want to thank today's sponsor real quick, Star Ford. And hey, back to the video. Since they were not expecting to be left on Earth, people began to give away all their money to random strangers. Smart. An Uber driver posted about how they were picking up a couple after church who were crying hysterically.
And they get in my car and, they're weeping. And so I'm like, hey, is everything okay? They were like, yeah, the Lord is coming back. Jesus is coming back tomorrow. And I was like, wait, like tomorrow? They were like, yeah, I think it's like between the 23rd and the 24th. I was like, oh.
Bro, I'd get fired over that shit. Oh my God, I would get banned on the Uber app. I'd be like, your crazy ass thinks you're getting raptured tomorrow, bro. I wouldn't be able to hold that in. Like if I was Uber driving 2 people out of church and they were crying, saying they were gonna get taken in light, like floating into the sky, I'd be like, bro, you need.
Okay.
They said they believed the rapture was coming the next day and wanted to bless their driver with the remaining money since they wouldn't need it. Oh, dude,
this makes us Christians look bad. I think most people recognize the difference between Christianity and insane people that think they're getting raptured. Like now, right? Like believing the rapture different from being like, yeah, I'm getting raptured tomorrow.
It's a blessing in disguise. God was just like, you got it, dude. There's your tip, you know what I mean? So before they got out of the car, they handed their driver a huge roll of cash containing various dollar bills and coins from around the world.
So it's like a bundle full of cash. Now,
they just gave him money?
Various dollar bills and coins from around the world.
So it's like a bundle full of cash. Now, keep in mind, in this bundle, there's even coins in it because it was like in this like cup thingy or whatever. So there's even like euros, and I see some Canadian money in here. So there's dollars, there's hundreds, there's 20s, there's 5s. Like there's all the denominations inside of this. So I have yet to count it up. So I'm going to count it up and come back. Hold on.
After counting it up, it totaled to over $1,900.
They gave bro $2,000? Nah, him being nice was probably the move. What the fuck?
They also said that they were getting together in their neighborhood to discuss giving away their homes and more.
Oh my God, dude, oh no, that's dickhead shit if you feed into that. I would have to be like, please don't do this. You're fucking yourself over. But part of me so bad would want to be like, I'll buy your house. I'll buy your house for $1. I'll buy your house for $1 if you want to.
Their money. He's like, could you give me your address? Tell me the time for that. I would love to know the exact time and place for that. Hold on. Jesus is giving me another message. You should open up your garage door and let this man live in the basement free of charge. Okay, Jesus. All right, you're coming home with us. Who knows? Jesus works in mysterious ways.
I was going to say, this sounds... Okay, here's the thing. I think Jesus was pulling a prank. I think he...
Haha, Joshua. Knock, knock. He's met Jesus. I was kidding the whole time. Practical joke on Joshua. But here's the thing, I didn't joke about Joshua. There he's come all over my feet and my legs.
What the fuck is he saying right now?
Said that would happen 2 weeks ago. Oh, Jesus, you're gone done pulled the prank on me. Not even Africa. It's Jamaica. All right. Another person received a $300 tip from a woman who was overly generous for the same reason. Their coworker also received a $777 from the same woman, but after the rapture failed to happen, she came back demanding the money be returned to her. That's
demanding it be returned to her? You giving her money back, chat? This woman tips you $1,000 because she thinks she's getting raptured. I'd feel like a dick if I don't give the money back, but I'd also be like, I would outwardly give her the money back, and I'd be like, okay, I'll give you $1,000 if you write "I'm stupid" on your forehead. Like, I would have to be like, bro, come on. Like, you need to. I would be like, I need something out of this for shock value, just because you're outwardly just but you're handing your money away. Why are you doing that?
It's not very Christ-like, lady. Not every Christian believed in this, as many were trying to tell the others that this is literally stated in the Bible that only God knows when the rapture.
She was going to leave me behind, but only give me $300. That is fair. I'd be like, if she give me $300, I'd be like, why not the whole bank account? I mean, like, sitting there. Actually, do you have more than, did you drive here in a car? Oh, could you sign the pink slips to me, or?
Is coming. Yeah, but Jesus told Joshua, it's me, Jesus, again. I'm being for real this time.
Oh, Jesus, I am not listening to you.
Jesus, I cannot listen anymore. The people.
She comes back the next day. Can I have my car back? Already blew it up with a rocket launcher. What? Yeah, it was for a YouTube video. It only got like 10 views, though. It was pretty... You want to see? Here it is, though. It's just their car getting fucking demolished.
Oh, mad.
Yeah, I actually gave it to Mr. Beast. He exploded it in a Squid Games segment, if that makes you feel any better.
I feel like I had like a really good like African thing going at the beginning, and then it slipped away. Others pointed out that people have been predicting the rapture since the 1800s and would always try and convince people to worry about the next upcoming final day, right? This one's not, just worry about the next one. However, the 23rd and 24th came and went. Nobody was called up for the pearly gates, and everyone went about their day as usual. Some who believe the hoax claimed that they got the date wrong.
No shot this many people were outside waiting.
It said it was actually next year, or a few years down the road, or maybe a couple more years after that. And some questioned their faith, and the pastor who made the initial prediction went live and apologized for everything.
Oh, God. Why did I do that? It was not even Jesus who called to me, it was my mom.
Can a brother make a mistake?
Well, let's go back in time and take a look at other historic examples, like the predictions proposed by William Miller. It looks a little haunting. William, you know, if he said anything to me, I'd be like, okay, William, the world's gonna end tomorrow, face.
What was the one from 2012? That was the Mayan calendar, right?
Thank you, William. William was a clergyman that had become obsessed with the Bible after returning from fighting in the Battle of Plattsburgh.
Aztec calendar?
1814. Just want to show maybe a picture of it.
No, show some footage.
Oh, there's 2000. Yeah, there's the year 2000, 2012.
Yeah, shows footage.
Do you think if humans are still alive in the year 2999, there's going to be like a movement that the world's going to end on the year 3000? I wonder if humans will still be that stupid. Yeah, why 3K?
Of the Battle of Plattsburgh in 1814, when cameras were definitely around. Crazy stuff. He found himself particularly fascinated with the concept of Christ's return, aka he had PTSD and he might have been a schizophrenic. After seeing people die, you know what's kind of wild? Jesus coming back, right, guys? Okay, William. He became responsible for creating the Protestant religion movement known as Millerism, aka the followers of the belief that the second coming of Christ would occur sometime between March 21st, 1843 and March 21st, 1844. In that realm, right? His movement became popular.
But where do they get these dates from? Just like random scripture passages that they interpret in like a poetic way? Like, how are they getting this specific year?
Amassing an estimated 100,000 followers that were convinced that the world was nearing its end. They were strong in their beliefs despite being ridiculed and harassed by their peers. Which, dude, for those 3 decades, you must have been living so tall. Keep it counting, boys. Oh, you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah.
This is like a common theme with all of these. They get it wrong. They're like, no, wait, it's the other date.
Yeah, it'll always be like a month later. What was that one religious guy? He was like decrepit, dude. He looked like a raisin. He was like 95. And he kept predicting the wrong date. And he was like, oh, I actually did my math wrong. I forgot this one passage about 73 fishes. I have to add that onto the top. And then you actually have to add like another 10 years just like to make sure. So it's like, honestly, it'll probably be like around here, not this date. It's going to be another like month or two after. Harold Camping. Yeah, he would randomly start adding numbers just out of like, he would be like, well, this passage has the number 83 in it.
Because you're delusional. Because they believe it, and then they're like, oh, it was probably a mix-up. You put your whole belief system in that. It's really quite sad, Nick. During one event, William was egged by an audience member during one of his speeches, and I bet that insane.
He was egged by like a 15-year-old.
Him over the edge. In the span of just a few years, people prepared for this event by selling most of their belongings and turning their...
Oh, wait, no, this is... Oh, my God, no. He was egged in the 1800s. This is just a video of a guy getting egged by a 15-year-old.
By an audience member during one of his speeches.
What the hell am I thinking?
And I bet that sent him over the edge. In the span of just a few years, people prepared for this event by selling most of their belongings and turning their backs on their responsibilities. By March 21st,
Why are they selling shit, though? Like, what is the point of selling shit? You have to have a shred of doubt if you're selling it. Like, just give it away.
1844, nothing had happened. The date would be moved to April 18th, only for it to fail once more. The last date proposed by William was October 22nd. On the day of, tons of people still believed in William. They put on their white ascension robes and climbed to the highest places available to them to await the second coming. Not only did this prove to be fruitless, but it led to a period known as the Great Disappointment, where people wept endlessly over their hopes being shattered alongside a...
I need someone to help me up to my chamber as my natural strength was leaving me very fast, and I lay prostrate for 2 days without any pain, sick with disappointment.
Wave of mockery from people asking, why haven't you ascended yet? First off, as soon as if William came in, if William the dog came in, trying to eat his own face and handing out white robes, I'd be like, you gotta get out of this motherfucker.
Why? Robes are fancy.
Robes are cool, but if it's in religious context, robes are not cool. Yeah, we're just gonna put on these robes and go to the mountain. I'd be like, might have picked the wrong batch, is what I'd say.
You're like full leaning into it, and they're like, all right, guys, let's get in our robes. Ew. Nobody told me about this part.
If you, what about jackets? Like sick, like club jackets.
If they were club jackets, or even just a nice suit, you want to get dolled up to go to heaven? Why not? Robes, really? William Miller's popularity dwindled significantly, but he held firm to the belief that the second coming was approaching until he died in 1849. Maybe that's what he was. Maybe he was predicting his own death. Might have been. I don't know. The more that we learn about space, the more terrifying the unknown becomes, right? Very Lovecraftian. Since we've started studying the stars, one of the biggest threats to our planet has been stray asteroids that could potentially hit Earth, which actually me up sometimes. Can't even think about it. There was one that they said, like, one asteroid's gonna pass by Earth.
Yeah, there's one that's passing by, and if it's like a very small chance. I think it's like 0.00 something. But if it passes by, that means the next orbit it has, it'll directly hit Earth. And everybody's like, that shit's so low of a chance. That ain't that. But most people take those odds gambling. Most people play the lottery and put money into something that has way less odds of happening. But when it's like, hey, there's like a 0.00001% chance that this asteroid threads a keyhole and then kills us in 30 years, nobody's worried. Do you think if we had a 30-year chance, though, like if we had a 30-year time frame, I feel like humans could destroy the asteroid. That would be the whole goal. If that asteroid threads the keyhole, society from then on, for the next, 27 years or however long that shit is, it's 2.7%. That's really high. Wait, what? It's 2.7% chance? The asteroid Apophis is not expected to hit Earth, even though it will pass through a keyhole in 2029 that could have led to a collision in 2036. Thanks to further observations, scientists ruled both the 2029 and 2036 impact out, and Apophis will not pose a collision threat for the next 100 years. We're good, chat. We'll all be dead. Anyways, if an asteroid was going to hit Earth, say right now we knew, 30 years, an asteroid's hitting Earth. do you think that we as humanity would be able to stop it? I think it depends how big the asteroid is. I'm pretty confident China, Russia, US all make buddies for a little bit, and we just start nuking the piss out of that fucking asteroid. We just start sending every fucking thing we have in the arsenal just right at that motherfucker. Yeah, just start blowing it up. Start redirecting it into... I don't think we would try and blow it up. I think we would try to change its orbit in some way where it passed.
Earth, and they're like, but when it passes by in 30 years, it's supposed to come back and hit us. I think they disproved it.
Here's my thing. If an asteroid's coming, don't tell me.
I would rather just not know. What benefit do you gain of being like, hey guys, seriously?
I'd want to know. Because I'd stop doing everyday bullshit before. What the fuck? If you were like, an asteroid's going to hit in 10 years, I'm not going to start thinking about shit for when I'm 50. I'd be like, all right, well, I'm going to be dead in 10 years, so I'll just go fucking do other shit. Like, you would change your game plan if you knew.
Oh, in movies and shit. In movies, they do that to build conflict for the movie. But what would happen is, like, Elon and all those guys, they'd be like, I don't know, I'm just going to try this spaceship out. And they'd leave and never come back. As soon as that starts happening, well, Mark Zuckerberg's building like he built like a giant bunker in Hawaii.
Yeah, like $100 million bunker. It's like 10 floors, 30 floors or some shit.
He said, well, it's not a doomsday bunker. It's just...
And that's funny too. They're like, so what's up with the doomsday bunker? He's like, it's not really a doomsday bunker. It's just, you could live there for 700 years if you wanted to.
It's a man cave.
It's like more of a man cave. And you're like, huh? Anyways, in 1910, many believed a nearby comet would end humanity. Halley's Comet, remember that one? Is visible from Earth every 72 to 80 years and has been spotted by humans dating back since
72 to 80 years. It was last visible in 1986. $2061. All right, that's a goal for me to live that long. I'll be 59.
40 BC.
That's the Fortnite meteor. You see Halley's Comet and Kevin the Cube's on it. You're like, everybody forgets about Fortnite. It's 2061. It's Kevin.
Which is crazy. I mean, go somewhere else. Hello. Scientists had predicted that 1910 would be the next time it passes Earth and observed the comet flying by using a spectrograph. This new technology allowed astronomers to view the chemical composition of the comet, and to their horror, they discovered its tail that was made of cyanogen gas, which is extremely toxic. Oh, shit. After publishing the report, a French reporter put out an article discussing their findings, but also included a line saying the gas from the comet could, quote, impregnate the atmosphere and possibly snuff out all life on the planet. Bit of creative liberty in the title there, buddy. People began to freak out over the headline, believing that their death was imminent. Before the comet could pass, companies began to sell comet pills, which claimed to fight off the effects of the toxic gas. Insurance companies offered...
Oh, that's so awesome. That's so fucking awesome, dude. Literally just a scam product that people fell for. These comet pills are novelty only. They have no therapeutic value.
Comet pills, which claim to fight off the effects of the toxic gas.
Dr. Haley's Comet Fever, a once-in-a-lifetime confection.
Insurance companies offered policies of people's belongings in case they were destroyed. Farmers around the globe refused.
Oh, well, they just knew. The insurance companies knew that shit wasn't going to do anything. They were just fucking scalping money off people.
To plant crops, believing that there was no point since everyone would be dead. No more corn. I'm done with corn. Others locked themselves inside their homes, while others fled to the caves and sealed themselves deep underground, which I'm pretty sure is partially some of the inspiration for Fallout.
Oh.
There you go. After the comet passed and nothing happened, people were shocked to still be alive, and they moved on with the rest of their lives. I wonder what's happened with the guy who took comet pills. Well, Greg, we took those, you like look over to him, he's like having a seizure.
He's on Halley's Comet right now.
Yeah. In 1993, former sociology professor Hon Ming Chen had created a Taiwanese cult named God Salvation Church. It had also referred to itself as Chen Dao, or True Way, as well as God Saves the Earth Flying Saucer Foundation. I like that one the most. God Saves the Earth Flying Saucer Foundation. It was a belief system that was a mix of various religions and other Western cult-like beliefs, like the acceptance of alien intervention, right? You see a lot of that with Heaven's Gate. Kind of became a big thing in the 70s.
Yeah, the Heaven's Gate shit was so fucking stupid, though. There's an alien spaceship that's passing by. You have to kill yourself to reach it. Huh? Huh? If you die, you'll go to the gate. What? No.
Kind of evolved over time. He claimed that the second coming of Christ would occur in 1999, with God revealing himself from a spaceship disguised as clouds that would take his followers up to heaven.
That'd be sick.
He claimed that he could talk to the gods and receive their wisdom through golden balls that he could see traveling across the sky. Of course, salvation was not free. It was reported that Chen charged $60,000 to join Chen Tao and another $30,000
$60 grand
to board their spaceship. He's like, you keep it under 100. They won't be suspicious.
Mind games.
Exactly. It's all here. He convinced 140.
Bro, how do you convince people to pay money for that, though, if you're also leaving? I just don't. Like, I don't want to say. I understand it's like a cult and there's like a bit of brainwashing involved, but I'm like, dude, these people are like more than gullible. Like, you're flat out falling for somebody saying, hey, give me $100,000 and we're all going to go on a spaceship somewhere else. Why do you need the money?
Dedicated members to sell all their belongings and move to California in 1995 after changing his mind about where the historic event would take place. This changed after followers witnessed the numbers 007 written in the clouds, which was interpreted as a sign that they must relocate their headquarters elsewhere. AKA, there was probably a 007 convention happening around. They're like, oh, Colorado, we gotta go. Despite the fact that this was actually just a marketing stunt to advertise the 19...
Oh my God, a fucking religious cult saw 007 in the sky and changed where they needed to all move because of a James Bond ad.
Bear Trap. To advertise the 1997 James Bond movie, Tomorrow Never Dies. They slowly relocated to Garland, Texas. Apparently, this is because Chin thought saying Garland really fast sounded like Godland.
From what Master Chin says, Garland sounds like Godland, and apparently thousands of years ago, God was here and they were told to return here.
Garland. What's that sound like? Can I do that accent, or is that a problem?
I think it's fine.
All right. Chin had guaranteed on his own life that God would make his appearance in Texas, of all places. Not a bad bet. You're in good company in Texas saying that kind of shit. Where would God go first? Everyone's like, probably fucking Texas. Probably fucking Texas, all right? In total, they purchased around 30 houses on Ridgedale Avenue, soon handing out flyers to its other inhabitants on bicycles in order to thank them for tolerating their activity in the neighborhood as well as their magnanimous acceptance. Trying to win people over. It's like, more money. Garland, we kind of weird. See a ball in sky.
Oh, no.
Garland, what's that sound like to you? Like, what? Garland, what's it sound like? Rhetorical. Don't talk. I talk you don't talk back. They would wear all white outfits and cowboy hats. Awesome. That is so sick. Confusing the neighborhood as to why they suddenly become the headquarters of a strange cult. Some claim they were friendly and that their beliefs were simply amusing to them. AKA, they're like, look, they look funny. What do you guys happen? Be alien. You don't talk to them. We cowboy now. Right. Oh, okay. You are phony as man.
Well, when
that
did
is
they?
awesome.
Oh,
They claim
no.
that on
When did they fucking stop believing in that, though? Did they, like, turn on the leader guy?
the 25th, just days before, God would show himself on Channel 18 across every television set in the country, taking on Chin's exact appearance.
It's 5 minutes after 12 right now, and Han Min Chin's not on there yet. And according to his own philosophy and preachings that we've heard, he's a phony.
He knew he had an interview coming up.
So he had an interview for why it didn't happen and he just never showed?
I don't know. From there, God would then help people survive a nuclear apocalypse that would occur in 1999. It would bring people to a specific rendezvous point on the shores of Lake Michigan, where flying saucers would take them to heaven after potentially stopping briefly on planet Mars, of course. And people in the neighborhood feared that the group would end up committing a because, you know, Heaven's Gate. March 31st rolled around and still nothing happened. Chin approached a crowd of reporters and stated that he must have misinterpreted God's message. He stated that his remaining followers would once again relocate to New York. A large majority of them...
Oh my God, and the group definitely is just dwindling, you know? 140 people at the start. First miss, 100. Second miss, 80. Third miss, 60. Like, he's getting a smaller and smaller circle here that's following him place to place.
Gave up on Chin 2 entirely and began the process of moving back to Taiwan. He told everyone that he would punish himself by giving everyone in the crowd the next 10 minutes to either crucify or stone him to death, which nobody took him on.
What? He told his followers, all right, you guys could just stone me to death. It's fine. I was wrong.
From there, Chin Tao's numbers were severely reduced, and the group faded into obscurity by the early 2000s. Who even knows? He might even still be out there.
I hope they crucified him.
What if one guy's like, I will? He's like, well.
The one guy actually does lean. You guys could stone me, man. I'm sorry. I was so wrong about the end of the world. All right, I'll do it. Oh, wait, no. No. When I meant like figuratively stone, like maybe hurl insults at me, not actually kill me.
Oh, 1 second. The ball just like fucking gets stoned. End of the world predictions have only become more common with the advancement of technology. And it wasn't too long ago that people thought computers were going to end the world.
There still exists a general state of either denial, complacency, or even apathy about both the reality and the potential effects of Y2K.
The year is 1999, and a lot of people are getting ready to celebrate the new millennium. However, not everyone's excited. A large group of people fully believe that the world was going to end as soon as the ball dropped because the world's computers would fail.
8 to 10% of the population were fairly confident that this was going to be an apocalypse.
It was 8 to 10% of the world population believed that the world would end or go into disaster in 2000. What, because technology would stop working because it wasn't able to function or something? Why the fuck would technology stop working?
Believe that the planes would crash, nuclear reactors would melt down, and systems controlling rockets would fail and be launched at random. All of this delirium stemmed from a simple misunderstanding of computers' code. Up until this point, computers' dates had worked from 00 to 99. But people believed that when the computer switched to 00, it would actually go back to 1900 and cause computer systems to fail. Oh, God!
No, it would just change the number. And the year 2000 is also based off the Gregorian calendar, which the majority of the world functions on. It actually has no definitive relation to the Earth at all. We for some reason live at 2025. It's not actually 2025. The Earth has been around for a long fucking time. It's based off the Gregorian calendar, which is based off Jesus.
God! To prepare for this upcoming event.
But roughly, because actually wasn't Jesus actually born around like the year 4 AD, not 0? Yeah, he was born between 6 and 4 BC. I don't know.
Then people withdrew their cash, believing that electronic banking would fall apart and destroy them financially. Businesses like Best Buy and Radio Shack warned people to turn off their computers so they wouldn't be messed with the time switch. And others built bunkers and stocked up supplies. On New Year's Day, all the computers switched over and there were minor crashes. Various ATMs were temporarily down and stoplights occasionally stopped working and random databases went down. No major computer system failed and all seemed to be normal. Out of all the crazes, nobody died, though a 104-year-old woman was invited to join a preschool because the system believed she was 4. Isn't that cute? That's awesome. If you're watching this, chances are the most memorable end of the world prediction from your...
That is pretty funny. You live so long that you start getting emails to join a preschool because because computers recognize you as 4 years old.
Your lifetime is the 2012 phenomenon. But for people that don't remember this, or if you're too young or whatever, let me just tell you, when I was a kid, the 2012 thing, people were actually afraid of 2012. They were really afraid. My grandma, who has now passed, was like, we were watching the History Channel. She used to chain smoke cigarettes. We'd be watching like the History Channel. Of course, the History Channel had nothing to do with history. It was like aliens and shit. She's chain smoking cigarettes, and then we were watching this 2012 thing, and she was getting me like horrified. And I was like watching it. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, like full on telling her, or full on telling him, you know, this is actually gonna happen. It's 2010. You only got 2 more years left, Hunter. I'd take those years pretty. I'd cherish them if I were you. Me, I've lived a long life. You're gonna die young. Sorry. R6 with a 3. This is the type of shit my grandma would fall for. Real for the 1,000 biddies. What time will the charity stream end? I don't know. It'll be next Thursday, probably from like 4:30 to like 9:30, 10. Lysol Big and Star for the sub. Coffee and B-Sit for the sub. James for the 3. Playing any games today? No. M and Bentley for the sub. 6. And Tuna, thank you for the 5 gifted. It's Matt and So for the sub. Brass for the 3. It's literally a profit scam with the hair stereo. It makes me so mad. C1 and Rival for the sub. Mickey for the 3. People are... I have the flu and forget to take my depression meds and watching Edward Scissorhands. Got really pissed with the people and I threw a chair and it shattered. Oh, gosh. Broke and Brave for the sub. Pug for the 3. If you search Lockheed, already with that. All right, lock in.
This is real? I'm like, this is like how many? This is like 10 years from now, whatever. And she was like, when that year comes around, we should all stay together and we should just get together and make sure that we're with family. And I was like, a haunting thing to say. It's like so cryptic, but everything's there. Like, we're gonna die and we should be together. It fucked me up, dude.
Was it the Nostradamus?
No, it was like, it's been so long, I can't remember. But all I know is just like the Mayan calendar's ending. Which also, even as a kid though, she's like, what the fuck do they know? And she was like, well, the Mayans. I'm like, who cares about the Mayans? The fuck? Maybe they ran out of stone. You know what I mean? I mean, how far were they just like, it'll pretty much be done by then. The idea that the world would face a cataclysmic event in 2012 didn't emerge out of nowhere. In fact, people claim that it was predicted thousands of years ago during the ancient Mayan civilization. A device called the long count calendar was used to measure time at a very long cycle that counted years in large chunks. In short, a new grand cycle was said to occur after every 13 Baktuns. Each Baktun consisted of 394.26 years. And it just so happens that the 13th one lands on December 21st, 2012. Instead of treating it similarly to the exciting beginning of a new millennium, people convinced themselves that a terrifying world-ending event would occur at the time. So much so that they even made a movie about it with John Cusack. Really dumb. Not a good movie. He's in a limo and whatever. Theories are ranged from disastrous fires, flooding, aliens invasions, and planetary collisions, and mass extinction. Some kids growing up around believers of this impending disaster admitted to developing serious fear and anxiety problems in their older years to their parents' endless paranoia. It was up. If you have said
bro, but like the Mayans didn't even say the world was going to end. It was just their calendar reset. And then people were like, yeah, this definitely means the Mayans knew the aliens were coming and they were going to fucking kill everybody on Earth.
The worst thing you can do is tell your kid like, I'm really afraid. Because like as a kid, you're like, what? And they're like, you're fine. I'm afraid. Custom high-end doomsday bunkers saw a 700% rise.
Yeah, as a parent, you got to just lie to your kid in that sense. Like, even if you are scared, you just tell them you're not. Because if you tell your kid, your kid, like a 5-year-old's going to look at their parents as like God. They're the end all to everything. So whatever they say goes. So if you tell them you're fucked, that'd be like, in their perspective, God telling you he's terrified and he has no control. You'd be like, what do you mean? You're the only one what do you mean? You're at the top. Like, that'd be mortifying.
During this time, as ultra-wealthy people wanted to play it safe and ensure the safety of their friends and family. Some preppers, like Tim Ralston in Arizona, would often perform doomsday dress rehearsals with the 2 children to make sure they were ready for the worst come December 21st. Another couple, Kathy and Bruce from New England, decided to stockpile bees instead of weapons. According to them, honey would become a valuable bartering tool in the coming apocalypse. I love that, dude. So that's a badass. Over in China, Liu Xingzhe decided to go a much different route, spending his entire life savings of $160,000 to build a 70-foot by 50-foot ark-like vessel to protect himself. He feared flooding the most and believed
that shit does not look like it would float.
Taking his homes to the seas would be the best option. Liu offered to let other people take refuge in alongside him. My boy Liu's selfless. He's a good man. In the end, the day came and went without anything significant occurring. Here we are.
I like to think that every time these doomsday predictions, that they actually happen in an alternate universe or the universe that keeps going on.
You like to think that?
Yeah.
Like we're a quantum immortality universe.
On TikTok, a woman opened up about how she and her husband have been talking with the Sumerian demon since July of 2013.
Me and my husband have essentially been talking to something on a Ouija board that goes by the name of 7.
Oh, something on a Ouija board that goes by the name 7. Oh, wait. Let's rewind. You and your husband were talking to a thing on a Ouija board made by Hasbro Games.
who has been telling us that the world is going to end May 27th, 2025.
TikTok rules, dude. She claims that one day the couple got bored and began to use a Ouija board, and out of nowhere, it began to talk to them in reverse binary.
In the moment, we have no idea what.
Bro, y'all are lame as hell. I'm so sorry. You and your fucking husband or boyfriend literally spent hours just fake moving a Ouija board around and fucking trying to decrypt what it was telling to you. This is so lame. Bro. She has a notebook of, dude, they probably sat by this Ouija board for like hours.
What this means, we Googled it later. This is again, July 2013. And it turns out it's binary, but it's backwards binary. So in this way, it meant nothing. But when we reversed the numbers, it meant hello.
Since that day, they began regularly communicating with the demon. Goddamn, they became friends with him.
Yeah, I know.
Yo, Rockschmaw, you there? Yo, Rockschmaw's funny as dude. The demon had told them that they are the third group he has contacted, and the first two died during the first atomic bomb dropped in World War II, and the others was when JFK was assassinated. So the demon contacted JFK. Eventually, it revealed that the world would end on May 27th, 2025, and repeatedly told them to climb the mountain or return to the mountain. In Sumerian. She said that they revealed the secret to close friends and strangers once they were drunk.
We have shared this with people. They either kind of wave it off, they're like, oh, that's cool, or they pretend, they say they're interested, but then they never really follow up.
Another person...
Yeah, because they're just trying to be nice and not call you fucking insane. Because they're your friends, they're not trying to go, hey, Cynthia, I think you're actually fucking crazy. I think this is the stupidest thing you've ever told me. And the fact that you and your husband have been spending the last, 3 years communicating to a demon on a Hasbro Games board is a bit of a waste of time.
Claims to have a recurring dream every 7 to 8 years where people all around the world gather to watch as the moon turns completely black. Like the eclipse? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not long after, large groups of alien ships fly out from behind it and start terrorizing Earth. People flee and pray as they try to survive. Eventually, the night sky is empty and blown apart.
Like if I could only buy a Ouija board at like if I could only buy a Ouija board with like the blood of a frog and the hand of a monkey, and I had to go under a bridge at 3 a.m. and unlock a door in a weird black market to buy the board, I would believe that that board was real. But the fact that I could go to my local Target and buy a Ouija board next to a Lego set of Super Mario Bros. Is probably telling me that that Ouija board is fucking fake. How do you say it? Ouija. A Ouija. I don't give a shit. A Ouija board. A Ouija board.
The person fully believes this is coming soon and that there have been warning signs all along. Yo,
a Luigi board. Maybe that's why it's next to Mario.
Roxas, stop that shit, bro. I'm gonna pee. A lot of people claim to have aliens in their dreams. Like one person who claimed to see a biblically accurate alien enslave the earth. Okay, first off, a biblically accurate alien. Got it. In their dream, a giant orange orb hovers over the earth, which is pulsating with plasma energy. It doesn't have eyes or any facial features, but everyone on earth felt like they were being watched. He described the being as God and explained that he knew without a doubt that the end of the world was imminent. The dream ended with the alien keeping people captive inside of a structure-like shopping mall and also abducting people and putting them into a giant orange orb. Sounds like he just wants to go to Orange Julius at the mall. Doesn't he? And I was super thirsty when I woke up. Rockshaw, stay away from me, man. Nobody truly knows when the world's gonna end, and that's probably a good thing. There are scientists out there who have listed numerous ways in which the Earth could end, right? Whether it's soon or within the next 1,000 years, but so far, every single prediction has been dead wrong. The next time you hear about some crazy world-ending event, take a step back and really think about what's being said. It's probably coming from someone who's chronically online or a scam artist looking to drain you of your bank account. Or, you know, pollution and all that kind of stuff will kill us too. There's a lot of fun ways the Earth's gonna end. It's gonna be sick. But hey, at least we have YouTube, am I right? Roll them credits!
I really liked that video. That was fun hearing about the various ways people convinced themselves the world was gonna end. Anyways, Chat, we're going to call that there. W stream. Bucket for the sub. Star for the 3. Thanks for being my favorite streamer. Love Brooke, and you guys are awesome. Thank you. Fueled for the sub. R6 for the 3. R6 for the 3. What would you say was your gateway or like your first interest in philosophy? I don't know. Probably my decreased interest in Christianity. Like when I got less religious, I got more questioning, or I got more questioning and therefore less religious. I don't know. I couldn't really pinpoint an exact thing. Anyways, chat, we're calling that there. If you have any videos you haven't watched, games that I play, videos such as games such as I find most of the videos that I watch the games that I play. I'll be posted on the main in the gaming right when I end. Scratch that. Outside of that, chat, I will be live tomorrow at 1 EST. We're going to be doing random horror games for probably 3 hours. And then we're going to be doing a Marvel Rival sponsor for the new update. Sunday, I'm going to be doing 1 p.m. React stream, maybe 1:30. Doing fucking reacts the what's it called? The fucking milkshake dance as promised from the previous charity stream. Maybe a game. Monday's going to be a random game day at like 4 EST. We're going to be doing random shit like Geometry Dash, Level Devil, some other random shit into a Waltz of the Wizard sponsor. Tuesday, I'm going to be doing random games with the guys the whole stream. Probably for like 5-6 hours. RV there yet. Misery, Mimesis, or not Mimesis, maybe Mimesis, and Cuff Bust. Wednesday's a full horror game day at like 4:30. Next Thursday, I'm going to be doing a charity stream for BCRF for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We're going to be dressing up for Halloween, doing a bunch of scary reacts, maybe some scary games, and some reacts in general. Next Friday, I'm not live for Halloween. Next Saturday, I'll be live doing reacts to games. And then next Sunday, I'm not live as well. And then we'll be back to a regular schedule basically all the way until January. But yeah, charity stream after that, November 8th for like a Block Wars event. Merch drop November 7th. And SMP starts December 1st. Outside of that, chat, appreciate y'all. Hope you guys had fun watching. I had a fun time streaming. And let's fucking raid. Who do we want to raid? We could raid Zeusy. Zeusy just went live. We're going to raid Austin. All right. Appreciate y'all. Hope you all had fun. And I'll catch y'all later. We're going to raid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.